Hello, greetings to everyone. Central American and Caribbean Critical Thought is Schiller Institute extend the warmest greetings to this series of conferences we are beginning today, December 9th, with the topic, a new architecture for international development and security. My name is Bolívar Tellers, and from the Schiller Institute, we have our friend Dennis Small. Our goal with this conference series is to promote internationally the importance of a new international security and development architecture, which will guarantee stable, lasting peace in coherence with a multipolar world and with social justice. Another goal is to develop a number of topical threads leading into a conversation on various levels and the coordination of these. The conference for today's session, we have 5 topics. The first one is Mrs. Helga Zeplerush's opening presentation titled The New International Architecture of Development and Security. The second one is called Capitalism and Multipolarity, which will be presented by our friend Luis Guzman from Critical Thought, as well as Rafael Paz. The third one will be the financial and economic crisis and the role of BRICS Plus. On the fourth place, we will be discussing alternatives to the unipolar domination of the United States. And the fifth topic will be the Chinese Silk Road and the Benjamin Netanyahu's Silk Road. I will now yield the floor to our collaborator, Dennis Small from the Schiller Institute, to give us a few opening words on behalf of that institute. Well, thank you very much, Bolívar. I am pleased to be with you. My name is Dennis Small, the Director for Ibero-American Affairs of the Schiller Institute, and we appreciate this call by Central American and Caribbean Critical Thought, who have organized this conference. We were interested from the start in carrying forward this deliberation, this discussion process in an international context, because it is the fundamental issue that concerns the entire human species at this time. We have worked together, Critical Thought and Schiller Institute, in a group known as the International Peace Coalition, which has been meeting weekly on Fridays for 27 weeks going, concerned in the first place with the war of NATO against Russia on Ukrainian territory and the danger of nuclear war therefrom, and of course now the atrocious situation that is that Gaza is going through, a situation of open genocide and ethnic cleansing, with also possible nuclear war repercussions which would affect the entire planet. This is an existential crisis then for the entire world, and thus we felt that the idea of one humanity, a single humanity made up of sovereign nations, is an important concept to bring into the discussion. Therefore, Mrs. Helga Zeplerush's proposal, as the founder of the Schiller Institute, her proposal for international discussion of the need and the nature of this new international security and development architecture seemed to us to be a highly important topic that we have been developing with our friends from Critical Thought. Clearly, there will be differences, as there should be within groups that work together for a common goal. This should not concern us, but rather help strengthen our alliance. And I am sure that throughout the conversation today and tomorrow, many different points of view will come up regarding economics, climate change, and so forth. But what brings us together is our commitment to applying a solution that solves the development problems of all countries in the world. It seems to me particularly important that the call by this institution, which we hope will be the first of many, that it should come from Central America, because indeed, every country, no matter how large or small, has a leading role to play in the current situation. Central America is a region that understands that there cannot be perpetual war. Central America is a region that understands what looting by financial institutions from the city of London and Wall Street, what that means. They understand these problems, and it seems most appropriate that international discussion would start from Nicaragua, El Salvador, and the entire region. Today, we have an international audience. We have simultaneous interpretation that is being performed into English, French, German, as well as Spanish. And therefore, we are joined by an audience from many different countries. I see on the Zoom screen, we already have over 160 participants from many different countries, and who will be participating in this conversation with Critical Thought from Central America and the Caribbean. Just one technical detail: any questions that need to be addressed can be brought up by raising your hand on the Zoom screen, or also sending questions to the following email address, which will be displayed on the screen. It is questions@schillerinstitute.org. This will also be posted on the chat window. If you want to send in written questions, they can be sent to this email address in any language, and we will include them in today's conversation. That was all that I wanted to say for now, as well as thank the hosts of this meeting, and giving the floor back to my friend and collaborator, Bolivar Telles. Thank you, Dennis. Before opening the presentation by Mrs. Helga Zipluge, we will listen to a melody that is in accordance with the topics that we are covering. It is a composition that our friends from the Schiller Institute will be. I must first, and after that, Mrs. LaRouche will be given the floor. I want to read her bio. She was born August 25th in Trier, Germany, 1968. She graduates from German secondary school. Had followed journalism studies in Hanover and Hamburg, studied political science and philosophy at the Otto Suhr Institute of the Free University in Berlin, as well as Frankfurt am Main's University. She visited China in 1971 during the Cultural Revolution. In 1977, she marries Lyndon LaRouche. Since then, together with her husband, she pursued political activities in many nations in Asia, Africa, Europe, and the Americas. She has met with many political leaders, including José López Portillo and Indira Gandhi. In 1982, she founded the Club of Life. In 1984, She founded the International Schiller Institute. She is the chairwoman of the Civil Rights Movement Solidarity and has carried out extensive studies and has published works about Nikolaus von Kuss, Friedrich Schiller, Confucius, the German classical period, humanist traditions of universal history, poetry, tradition of physical economy, such as Gottfried Leibniz, Friedrich List, Henry C. Carey, Wilhelm Lautenbach, and Lyndon LaRouche. In 1991, she co-authored the Eurasian Land Bridge program and organized a number of conferences and seminars on the Eurasian Land Bridge and development plans for Africa, Asia, Latin America. She is a lecturer on theory of physical economy and a co-author of The New Silk Road Becomes the World Land Bridge. She is editor-in-chief of EAR magazine, as well as editor-in-chief of Ibicus magazine. At this time, we will be listening to the music offering that has been presented. You may proceed. Is it available, Dennis? Yes, we have it. This is Dona Nobis Pace by Mozart. That means bring us peace. And the singers are activists from the international movement. Very well, thank you. Thank you, Dennis. At this time, we recognize our inaugural speaker. This is Helga Zeppler-Rusch, opening our conference on the new international development and security architecture. Welcome, Helga. Greetings.
Well, thank you very much, and greetings to all of you. And we all witnessed the horrible result of the UN security meeting yesterday, where one single nation voted no to the resolution, so that the incredible carnage which is going on in Gaza continues. But let me quickly go into the evolution of this. When General Antonio Guterres wrote this letter to the President of the UN Security Council, evoking Article 99 of the UN Charter, pointing to the danger of a further aggravation of the existing threats to the maintenance of the international peace and security, this represented an urgent question but also a desperate effort to appeal to the UN Security Council to intervene to stop the ethnic cleansing of Gaza, which is now taking place in front of the eyes of the whole world, being on the TV screens every single day. The attack on October 7th, killing 1,200 people, clearly has to be condemned. But the completely unproportional attack by the IDF since then, killing more than 16,000 Palestinians, 70% of them being women, children, and elderly, and an unknown number being buried under the rubble of approximately 60% of all houses in Gaza being destroyed or damaged. There is no food, water, medical supplies, electricity, shelter. 2.3 million people have been driven from the north to the south, only to be bombed wherever they flee to. There is no place safe anywhere in Gaza, and now a very large number of people is being, quote, concentrated in a tiny area near the south, near the border of Egypt. There must be an immediate ceasefire and the convening of a comprehensive Southwest Asia conference, such as China has proposed, to implement a two-state solution based on a general economic development plan like the Oasis plan proposed by my late husband, Lyndon LaRouche, already in 1975. If this is not done instantly, despite this shameful vote in the UN Security Council, it could very well be that the pending apocalypse in Gaza is the straw that breaks the camel's back. It is not only a horrific experience for all Muslims around the world, but the entire global South nations to learn how much value is given to the life of a Palestinian in the context of the present world order. The inability of the UN Security Council to act to halt this barbarism due to the veto of at least one permanent member of the UN Security Council, the United States, underlines the urgency to rethink the basis of the present world order. According to the Stockholm Peace Institute, there are presently in 2023 55 armed conflicts going on in the world. Two of them, the war in Ukraine and the war in Gaza, have the potential to escalate into a regional or even a global war, which could involve the use of nuclear weapons, which could lead to the annihilation of the human species and the end of all life on Earth. It is therefore more than urgent to define a new international security and development architecture, which addresses the root causes of the present crisis and which takes into account the security interests of every single country on the planet. One relevant precedent of this undertaking can be the Peace of Westphalia, which ended 150 years of religious war in Europe. At that point, the warring parties agreed to negotiate an end to the war and the following peace order, since they realized that with the continuation of the war, that soon nobody would be left to enjoy victory, since they all would be dead. That could be a strong motivation for us today to create a new foundation for the coexistence on Earth and the recognition that war must be excluded in the age of nuclear weapons as a means of conflict resolution. In nowadays world of disinformation, fake news, and propaganda, it is, however, urgent that we make sure in the beginning that there is a clear understanding of the meaning of the concepts used, because the unclarity in the conceptuality used could ruin the effort to establish a new functioning order. Confucius famously insisted that by saying the first step has to be bring the notions in order. if one wants to solve a problem. One good example of this requirement is illustrated by the often repeated mantra about the need to extend the, quote, rules-based order to the rest of the world, or that there were a supposed confrontation between the good rules-based order and the evil autocracies, referring to the apparent controversy between the West and by now the very large majority of the world. Apart from the fact that it is nowhere written what these rules are and on whose authority they were written, they turn to be as solid as slippery jello. When it is convenient for the West to herald them as the protectors of human rights, they find violations of them everywhere. But when NATO, for example, leaves Afghanistan after 20 years of war, in what was then termed the worst humanitarian crisis on the planet, the Western banks had no scruples to steal 9 billion worth of Afghan assets, worsening the situation for a population which was 97% food insecure, that is about to starve. To cover up what is going on in Gaza right now, the mainstream media gives out manuals to their journalists how to report every horror as being caused by Hamas, and so on. The 10 principles I have proposed to be the basis of discussion for such a new security architecture, therefore tries to be of such a nature that these principles are intelligible, transparent, and cannot be twisted into their opposite by our nowadays Pharisees. I defined as the first principle the partnership of perfectly sovereign nation states based on the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence and the UN Charter, because it pertains to the absolute need of self-determination and participation in the government for the individual, which is excluded in all forms of supranational institutions. The importance of the sovereign nation state is often not clear to people because they confuse it with chauvinistic forms of nationalism, which is frequently blamed as the cause of wars. But the sovereign nation state, on the contrary, emerged in a very long and difficult process out of the sole existence of empires and their oligarchic form of rule, in which only a small power elite would have all the privileges, while the mass of the populations would be on the level of slaves or minions, who would be kept as backward as possible so they could be more easily controlled. In Europe, after many centuries of the rule of such empires, even the emergence of national monarchies was a step upward towards the breakthrough of the idea of the nation state devoted to the common good of the people the first time, which occurred in the 15th century with the France of Louis XI, in whose reign of 20 years, the living standard of the population doubled, and the writings of Nicholas of Cues, who defined for the first time the concept of the representative system between the government and the governed. Perfect national sovereignty today must be upheld against the interference into the internal affairs of all states and the right to define one's own social system and to define one's own path of development based on one's own culture and tradition. The only boundary of that sovereignty is that it can never be in contradiction to the interest of humanity as a whole, which is the case for the patriot who is at the same time a world citizen, as Friedrich Schiller defined it. The second principle, the need to eliminate poverty for all human beings on the planet, is based on the fact that it is easily feasible if existing technologies are being used. it is also necessary because poverty is one of the worst violations of human rights. A person who has to worry every day about meals, healthcare, shelter, education, etc., will not be able to find the necessary leisure to develop all his or her creative potentials as a human being. Poverty is life-shortening, and since it is eminently feasible to be overcome, it should not exist. The importance of the third principle was underlined by the recent pandemic and the difference in mortality rate in the different countries. Peru, for example, had 221,564 deaths. China, with a much larger population, only 121,877 deaths. And the United States had 1,144,877, with China having almost 4.5 times the population of the United States. The fourth principle, to make universal education accessible for every child and adult, is the absolute key for successful, durable economic growth, since it is the continuous process of the discovery of new principles in science and art, innovation, which is the driver of economic growth. But universal education is also the irreplaceable method to unleash one's own creativity and outgrow the imperfections of the mind and the soul by absorbing what humanity has accomplished so far and by building upon that heritage with the noble aim to add something important to the benefit of future generations. The topic of the fifth principle, in all likelihood, will force itself on the agenda much faster than is in the public perception. The transatlantic financial system experienced already a systemic crisis in 2008, which was papered over with the enormous amounts of liquidity, the so-called quantitative easing, which injected trillions and trillions into the system, which is now sitting on 2 quadrillions of derivative exposure. The US is already spending almost 20% of its budget on debt service alone, and the ability to distribute deficits to the whole world by simply printing money with the dollar as a world reserve currency is clearly coming to an end soon. The weaponization of the dollar by seizing assets of foreign countries in US banks, the imposition of unilateral sanctions as a means of regime change, hurting especially the poor in the targeted countries, as well as especially the experience of the interventionist wars since 9/11, which left millions of people dead. These and more developments have led to a gigantic blowback. Now a process of de-dollarization is underway. Countries are trading more and more in their national currencies. Between various countries, profound discussions are occurring about the creation of a new international reserve currency, not based on monetary values, but on raw materials and the productivity of the countries involved. There are developments which have been forecast by Lyndon LaRouche since 1971 and conceptualized in the form of solutions, such as his proposal for an international development bank in 1975, which was the idea to replace the IMF, whose function was and is to suppress development of the so-called development sector, with a credit institution devoted to the economic development of the global South. The entire life work of Lyndon LaRouche, the sixth principle, was devoted to the concrete realization of a new world economic order, from the Oasis Plan of 1975 for the greening of the deserts in Southwest Asia, the Africa Development Plan, first proposed in 1976, to Operation Juarez, which he designed in collaboration with Mexican President López Portillo for the infrastructural integration of all of Latin America in 1982, a 40-year development plan for India in discussion with Indira Gandhi, the 50-year development plan for the Pacific Basin, and then in 91, the Eurasian Land Bridge, and which was expanded to become the World Land Bridge in 2014. These programs are in large part in a process of realization due to the Belt and Road Initiative today. The seventh principle concerning a new security architecture addresses the question of a new security architecture as such, which must start with the idea of indivisible security. That means that while the security interests of every nation must be considered, no nation has the right to insist on its own security interest if it violates that of another one. Geopolitics must be ended once and for all, since it has been the source of 2 world wars in the 20th century and countless wars beyond that. No country or group of countries has the right to insist on its right against another country or a group of countries. The way to overcome this apparent contradiction is through the common development of all. If all countries on the planet can participate in an equitable international order in which an international division of labor is directed towards overcoming disadvantages in a trajectory for the improvement conditions for all, with other words, if each nation can have the security that it at some point in the future can realize the full development of its own potential as a country and of its population, then a harmonious development of all can be guaranteed. Nuclear weapons must be banned and made technologically obsolete through international cooperation in the research and development of new physical principles. The military-industrial complexes are themselves the driver of ever more wars, since their profit depends on a continuous sequence of wars. The industrial capacity of the military industries must be retooled and contribute to the productive physical capacities needed for the common good of all people. The transformation of what is now an enormous waste of capacity into the production of means for nourishment, healthcare, education, etc., will be so advantageous for the people that they will regard it as their vested interest that there will be never a return to the production for the war machine. Ladies, at this point, one can hear a chorus arising in the background, protesting that this is too optimistic a view, that man is motivated by, quote, interest and not by a devotion to the common good, and that therefore such a vision is utopian and will never come true. That is the reason why the 10th principle belongs to this package. 10th. I read now the principle. The basic assumption for the new paradigm is that man is fundamentally good and capable to infinitely perfect the creativity of his mind and the beauty of his soul, and being the most advanced geological force in the universe, which proves that the lawfulness of the mind and that of the physical universe are in correspondence and cohesion, and that all evil is the result of a lack of development and therefore can be overcome. If one investigates which forces in the world agree with this definition of the nature of man, one can see that the 3 Mosaic religions agree with that. That is Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. Then Hinduism and Buddhism, which together account already for about 77% of the world population. Then one can count the communist and some other countries to it, who are also working to improve both the material as well as the cultural quality of life of their populations. So it is clearly the overwhelming majority of the human species who have that positive image of man. On the other side, one can see that it is only oligarchical forms of government who insist that the basic character of man is described as by the British Enlightenment, by Hobbes, Hume, Locke, or the Dutch Bernard Mandeville, who argue that man is evil by nature and therefore must be suppressed by an all-powerful Leviathan. This is the idea of Hobbes, a world policeman in an unipolar world. That was clearly the underlying assumption of Francis Fukuyama's erroneous prediction of the, quote, end of history after the disintegration of the Soviet Union in 1991. And that is also the axiom on which the idea of global NATO is resting. But as already indicated, these assertions have had a tremendous blowback already, because they in reality do not correspond to the true nature of man. They have led to the emergence of the global majority of nations who are presently in the process of constructing a new world economic and political system, which does correspond to the view expressed in the 10th principle. The natural evolution of the biosphere into the noosphere, according to Vladimir Vernadsky, built innate into the lawfulness of our physical universe, or God's creation, if you want to express it in religious terms, will increase the potential for goodness more and more. It is up to us to implement this new security and development architecture now, and not let some relic of a previous stage of development, some form of troglodyte, intervene from the Stone Age and destroy all of humanity with a thermonuclear hand axe. Thank you.
Thank you, Helga. A very timely reflection, timely necessary words at this time in which humanity is in a state that requires a new
après vos déclarations, il est clair que nous avons besoin d'une nouvelle architecture internationale. Pour continuer, nous allons passer au prochain. Nous allons passer à questions-réponses.
We will begin from our side in Latin America. If there are any questions, would you please raise your hands? You can either ask your questions out loud, and we will be allowing for 3 questions at a time. Then we will be hearing responses from Mrs. LaRouche, and we will then give our Schiller Institute friend Dennis Small to feed us the questions that are coming in over Zoom. Those of you who are on Google Meet can open your mic and raise your hand to address any questions you have at this time. Go ahead. Okay, Dennis. I then will yield the floor to you. Any questions that you may have received can be addressed to Helga for her reply. Go ahead, Dennis. Mr. Small is not audible. Okay. I'm sorry, I was muted. We can proceed. Little glitch there. That's normal. Okay, I was saying we have received a number of questions. We will be addressing 3 questions to Helga for her reply to all 3. We will ask everyone to keep their questions short so that there is enough time for everyone to join in. I would like to advise you that there are over 200 people participating now from over 15 countries. So this is truly an international audience. Bolivar, if you would mute your microphone now, please. The people who are raising questions are now Eimer Iben from Germany, Kava Nuhan, and the 3rd question arrived in writing from Munache Shiwansa. I will begin by reading that question while the other 2 questioners line up. Munache Chiwan's question is the following. A question on the Twitter message posted by the Israeli ambassador to the UN, who commented recently after this terrible vote by the United States at the UN Security Council, where the Israeli ambassador wrote the following: I want to thank the United States and President Biden for standing firmly on our side today, and for sharing our values. Menashe Chiwansa's question is, what do these comments mean by the ambassador when more lives are lost every day in Gaza? That's the first question. And now, Mr. Bent, go ahead. Is Mr. Ismail Bent on the line? If not, then Nuhan had raised their hand. You can go ahead and ask your question. You're live. Okay. Well, if this is not working, I will move on to a second written question that has come in. This is a question from Salvador Molina. He says, it is important to develop a posture from which the state of human rights at this time of there's a huge existential crisis for humanity. What to do? Helga, would you please reply to these 2 questions?
I think that the vote unfortunately reflects that, the military-industrial complex and related interests of Wall Street and the City of London are presently in control of the United States, because, the vote was just, I had in my earlier remarks said that humanity will be tested, and especially the humanity of the United States and Great Britain. Now, Great Britain decided for whatever reasons to abstain from the vote, which is what the British always do. They have all fingers in all pots, but then they leave the United States as the evil one standing alone. But it's not good, if there would be a true friendship by the United States to Israel, they would have voted differently. I think that this vote may be the straw which breaks the camel's back, because it adds, as I try to say in my remarks, it adds to the absolute worsening of the reputation of the West. I mean, if you talk to people in Africa or Latin America or Asia, they already are convinced that the West has lost not only its economic vitality, but especially its moral character, because the interventionist wars after September 11th left millions of people dead. The whole world remembers Hillary Clinton, after the murder of Gaddafi, saying, "We came, we saw, and he died," giggling like a silly girl. People have not forgotten what Madame Albright said when she was asked by a journalist in the 60-minute program, what about the 500,000 Iraqi children who died as a consequence of the sanctions imposed on Iraq? She said, "Oh, that was a price worth paying for." And, you can find similar absolutely dehumanized statements, which all have led to the formation of an image about the West or the North, however you want to call it, where we are losing the test of morality. And, I can only say that it is really now upon the people of the United States to try to rectify that. I mean, there were many, many Jewish organizations who protested in a letter to Biden. There are many people on the local level, on the state level, who protest and demand that this be reversed. And I think that mobilization clearly has to continue, and we have to enforce. And I'm very thankful for our Nicaraguan hosts that they provide the opportunity for this conference, because I think we are really looking at a situation where, if this continues, I mean, the reaction in the whole world will be, chaos. I mean, I can only imagine that there are many populations in all the Arab countries, in all the Muslim countries, the whole global South, they will draw their conclusions out of this vote. And it requires more urgently than ever before the idea that we have to have a reorganization of the international order before it is too late, and that we have to put up a security and development architecture which allows for the interest of everybody. And that does not only include Ukraine and Russia, it includes Israel and Palestine. We have to have a two-state solution immediately. And I can only say that the only thing we can do is escalate our efforts towards such a situation, because otherwise, both the situation in Southwest Asia has the potential to accelerate to a global conflict, and the Ukraine crisis, despite the fact that Ukraine is clearly losing this war, that crisis is not yet over. So I can only answer with an absolute appeal to go out of this conference with the clear message that we have to get a nation, groups of nations who follow the example of the organizers of this conference, to put this question of a security and development architecture on the table.
Well, thank you, Helga. I believe we have located the person who wanted to ask that question. Mr. Nuhan, I believe, has his microphone unmuted, and if you would go ahead. Or maybe not. Well then, Bolivar, I will yield as we agreed. That's what we have from this side. If there's anything from Nicaragua and El Salvador. Oh, I have. Yes, thank you, Dennis. We do have here Nora Acevedo, who has raised her hand. We will give her the floor so that she can ask her question. Go ahead, Flora. Yes, good day from El Salvador. Well, I am anxious to or eager to learn to receive good news in this area. Where else in the universe, let's say, or internationally, has this conference taken place, or is this a unique event? Excuse me, is that question to Mrs. LaRouche or to, no, it is for Helga, yes. Could you hear that, Helga?
Yes.
Or shall we repeat?
No, I think I understood. No, this conference is okay. This conference is the first one, and I hope that it will inspire more forces around the world to pick up on the idea, because originally, ideally, this would be done by the UN Security Council, by the UN General Assembly, and they would just invoke it and say, look, I mean, if you look at the situation, any human being who is not completely morally dead should look at this situation and say, this has to stop. We are the creative species. We are the only species known in the universe so far which is capable of creative reason. We can discover, the most incredible principles. Look at what we are doing now. We have in China now the 4th generation high temperature reactor functioning, meaning that we will have plenty of cheap, clean, safe energy. We can travel to the moon. We can have plants growing on the far side of the moon. There is no limit to our power of creativity and discovery. Why can we not give ourselves on this small planet Earth a political order which stops war? War is a barbaric way of settling dispute. And why can we not give ourselves an order of living together in peace to the advantage of all human beings? I think this is the most urgent question. And given the fact that because of the veto vote which just took place yesterday, we cannot expect the UN Security Council to put this on the table. I don't think the UN General Assembly at this point will work, because there is too much interference into the functioning of the United Nations. But my hope is very much that, if people listen to the presentations today and tomorrow, that this will spark the interest to conduct similar conferences elsewhere, because I have already appealed to the universities of the world, to the think tanks of the world, that they should get together and start to fill out the needed discussion of what to do to get ourselves out of this existential crisis. So my answer is, hopefully this will be the beginning of a whole series of such conferences until we have what is being proposed.
Perfect. Very well. Now, there's another question from the former president of Guyana, Donald Ramotar, who indeed will be one of our presenters later today. He joins us now and has raised his hand, would like to ask a question or make a comment for Helga. Mr. Ramotar, please go ahead.
Just want to know the opinion of Helga on the school of thought that America has created a Frankenstein monster that is beginning to control it in the state of Israel, because for some time now we have seen that Israel is not necessarily following their instructions and taking position, sometimes even opposed to them. I remember that Netanyahu went to the United States and embarrassed President Obama when he addressed the joint Congress and the Senate, and he seems to be doing exactly as he pleases, and the American just seems to be falling in line to conform what he wants, what actually the fascist government in Israel they're doing, and they are making some noises sometime against it, but they are doing exactly what the Israelites want. And the feeling is that Israel has had such tremendous power because of the lobbying system in the United States, and AIPAC has practically captured the government of Israel, that it is very important in the terms of determining appointments in the United States administration. And I think that if you go through the American administration, from Blinken to Newland and many others, the Secretary of Treasury and many others, you will see that these are people who are philosophically rooted in the Zionist type of ideology, and there are much more of them in this area. So I would like to know, to hear, what is your view on that line?
Well, I know that is a common perception, what you are just expressing, Mr. President. But I think one can also look at it the other way around. Namely that, I mean, the idea that Zionism controls the United States is really not quite the case. One could also say that whenever the Anglo-American empire has a need to counter something or to do something, that Israel is many times used as a hand grenade, which is thrown into the situation. Now, the reason why I'm saying that is, first of all, you know, the United States clearly could stop this. Even now, they could just say, we are not sending any more weapons, no more money, you cut it out. I mean, the United States has the power to do that. Now, they are not doing it, and that naturally raises the question, why? And I would like to put this present outbreak of crisis in Gaza in the context of the strategic situation. Now, the overwhelming dynamic in the world right now is the fact that the transatlantic neoliberal system is clearly in decline due to their own doing. This is not an objective law of history, but this is the result of mistaken policies, neoliberal policies, basically, you know, with only one aim, the profit maximization of a small speculative elite. What is happening with the condition of the transatlantic system was forecast by Lyndon LaRouche already on the 15th of August 1971, when Nixon replaced the fixed exchange rates with floating ones, in which my late husband at that point said, if they continue on that road to go for profit, this will lead eventually to a new fascism, the danger of a new fascism, the danger of a new depression, and even the danger of a new world war, unless one replaces it with a completely different economic system. That chance to correct this was always there. And for the decades afterwards, Lyndon LaRouche suggested at each branching point, whenever the financial elite went into a more speculative direction, he proposed a solution, what to do instead. I mean, you can look at all the different proposals he made over the decades. It's really like, you know, always an opposite proposal to what was happening, which the elites rejected. So now we are at the end of the road. There was already a strategic meltdown of that system in 2008. This was a systemic crisis. And rather than addressing the root causes of what was clearly a bankrupt system, they decided to pump money, throw in trillions of dollars. And now the situation has basically come again to the point where there is no way out for the central banks because of the overblown inflation, they feel that they cannot go back to quantitative easing, so they keep the high interest rate. The high interest rate have all kinds of consequences, like devaluing a lot of the assets in the banks, which are now losing in terms of value. So there are a lot of unrealized losses sitting in the American and European banks. So they have all kinds of problems. Look at Germany. Germany is just in a free fall of the economy. So this is, I could make many more descriptions like that, but they are confronted with the fact that China is rising. And the Wolfowitz doctrine, which was discussed already at the time of the German unification and formalized a little bit later, says the United States will not allow a country or a group of countries to bypass the United States economically, politically, militarily, or in any other way. Now they are confronted with the fact that China is rising, and not only is China rising, but all of Asia is rising, and 150 countries of the Global South are cooperating with the Belt and Road Initiative because that gives them the opportunity to overcome their own poverty and underdevelopment through a win-win economic relationship with China. Now, in the recent period, just in the last several months, the BRICS, which is the combination of the countries of the Global South trying to build a new economic system, they have taken off massively. At the Johannesburg summit in August, 6 new countries joined full-time. They will be official members on the 1st of January 2024. This was Ethiopia, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, Iran, and maybe Argentina, maybe not now, but in any case, it's 3 countries from the region of Southwest Asia, including Egypt, which is sort of a neighbor and a bridge to Africa. 3 of these countries have a very large percentage of the oil market, which together with Russia is, representing basic control over the oil market, which was reflected in the fact that despite massive pressure, these countries did not increase the volume, which President Biden wanted because of the election coming up, and he wants certain policies put through. Then you have 40 countries of the Global South applied for membership in the BRICS in the future, saying they declared the intent to do that in the future. So, the real conflict, therefore, is, the sinking transatlantic system and the rising Global South, which is by far the global majority right now. So rather than doing what we are proposing, which would be, the only reasonable thing, and Xi Jinping has said many times that the Belt and Road Initiative is open to all countries, including the United States. Xi Jinping even made an offer for a special great power relationship between China and the United States in particular, as an offer for the United States to join. And for Europe, it would be also very much in our self-interest if we would join this new emerging system. But instead of that, and then you had a whole bunch of other summits. You had the G77 summit, you had the G20 summit in Indonesia, you had the Vladivostok Economic Forum, where 950 speakers, it was an unbelievably big conference, and President Putin made in an enormous speech, he laid out the fantastic development projects for the Far East of Russia. Russia has 11 time zones, and all the elements of the Mendeleev table are in the form of raw materials in these largely not developed areas. So Putin was laying out what investments Russia is going to do there, which will clearly improve the wealth of Russia, inviting many countries of the global south to participate in these investments. So what I'm saying, and there was the meeting in Havana naturally on the G77. So I think that, you know, the momentum of this new system where, you know, many projects are in Southwest Asia. For example, Xi Jinping recently, about a year ago, was able to get diplomatic relations between Iran and Saudi Arabia. This was a masterpiece of diplomacy whereby the conflict between the Sunnis and the Shiites has been cooled down a lot, and this has implication for all the countries of Southwest Asia. So many countries are joining the BRICS. Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, and Iran are joining the BRICS. So, you know, there is the absolute hope that through the extension of the BRI into Southwest Asia, this region could be integrated in the overall, you know, Belt and Road Initiative, and therefore lead to prosperity in the region. But at the same time, naturally, the influence of the United States has been greatly diminished, not least because of these interventionist wars and, you know, the chaos which was left behind as a result. So I'm just saying this was the strategic setting in which the attack on 7th of October was like a hand grenade. Now, I'm not saying that, you know, from the standpoint of the Palestinians, that they do not have reasons, and I'm not equating Palestinians with Hamas, but, you know, there were, for example, a lot of questions. Why did Israel not react to the warnings they had? Apparently, the Egyptian government warned them that an attack was coming. According to some other reports, even the CIA warned Israel that the attack was coming. Nevertheless, there was no security at the border. The security forces were redeployed to the West Bank. So there are a lot of, and in the recent period, a lot of articles have appeared that, you know, it was Netanyahu who for a long time promoted Hamas as a way to prevent the two-state solution by, you know, basically making sure that the political leadership of Palestine would not be united. All I'm saying is that the idea of a hand grenade being thrown into the situation deserves some investigation. And there are a lot of question marks which have arisen since, because I think it would be, it's really crucial that we are not falling into narratives which serve a specific purpose, but that we are trying to find out what is actually happening and then try to define a way which does not fall into these traps, but actually defines a way out of the crisis.
Very well, thank you. Bolivar? Yes, thank you. We have a Peruvian friend on the line who is submitting a question in writing, but we do not have the question yet in full. Is anyone else ready to ask a question, please? Our Peruvian friend, Dino, has not, the question is not yet in. I'm not sure how he is submitting it. Dino, okay, so we have it now. Here's the question. I will read it if you allow me. Yes. It says, a question to Mrs. Helga Zepp. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to congratulate Helga Zepp's leadership and her Schiller Institute leadership the Schiller Institute and the Permanent Forum for Towards Peace for the effort to move the planet away from a course towards self-destruction, which is the path of self-development among sovereign states. My question is in the context of Populorum Progressio, the papal encyclic, which names development as a new name for peace. Within that framework, what alternatives are available to Latin America to realize a similar strategy to Operation Juarez as formulated by Mr. LaRouche and Mexican President Jose Lopez Portillo, a version of this policy geared to the present time, which may be efficient and may mesh with projects of the Belt and Road Initiative and the BRICS projects through the development of regional credit institutions geared towards the development of a physical economy and strengthening of Latin American currencies. What regional institution could launch this initiative? Perhaps the BNDES from Brazil? Thank you for your attention. Dino Garazio, Christian Democrat Party of Peru. Were you able to hear the question, Dennis? Thank you. Could you
yes.
Reply?
Well, I think that the development of the New Development Bank, the New Development Bank was founded basically when the BRICS were moving into motion. I think it was 2014, together with the credit reserve arrangement. Credit reserve arrangement. It has an unusual name, which I always tend to forget. This arrangement was basically coming from the experience of the Asia crisis, in which people like George Soros speculated the Asian currencies. Like in 1 week, I think the worst case was 80% down of the Malaysian currency and Thai currency and so forth. So that was the germ of basically giving the countries of the global south a buffer to counter such speculative attacks in the future. And I think that is for sure as a temporary measure very useful. But eventually, I think what needs to be done is the creation of a credit system which is modeled on the new Bretton Woods system as it was intended by Franklin D. Roosevelt. Now, when you talk to people in the developing countries about the Bretton Woods system, they always say, oh no, this was terrible, it prevented our development. And that is true, because the Bretton Woods system was never implemented as Roosevelt had designed it, who wanted it to be the main mechanism to overcome poverty and underdevelopment in the South. Unfortunately, he died in 1945, and the whole design of the Bretton Woods system occurred under the control of Winston Churchill and Harry Truman. And, as Churchill had told Roosevelt, Great Britain did not participate in the Second World War to end colonialism. And that's what he proceeded to do, to perpetuate the colonial control. So what we think should happen is something in the direction of the original design of Franklin D. Roosevelt, which would basically be a system of sovereign currencies packed together through fixed exchange rates. Then I think the 4 laws of Lynn LaRouche are very much to be considered. One has to basically have capital controls, exchange controls, so that the derivative speculation is stopped. You know, I mean, in the Western countries, one would say we should introduce the Glass-Steagall banking separation, whereby those banks, the commercial banks, which are taking care of the common good of the people by investment in real economy, trade, these banks must be put under state control, while the investment banks should basically be put in a position where they have to bring their books into order without government interference, and especially without taxpayer money, which would mean in many cases that they may not be able to avoid insolvency, and that would then be a good thing. But that would then leave the economy without sufficient liquidity, which is why every national government should implement a national bank. And that national bank has the sovereign power to generate credit. Now, that the amount of credit naturally is limited by the economic condition of the country, by the assets, by the quality of the labor force, by the amount of just available capacity in terms of both these things, industry and labor. But these national banks could then be connected through a clearinghouse, whereby, for example, credit could be given on a long-term basis from the standpoint of the effect this credit has. Now, this is something most people mix, because they think that credit given is the same like debt which you have as a result of speculation. But that's not true. There is a whole school of physical economy going back to Friedrich List, to Henry C. Carey, to Lauterbach, who basically made convincingly the point that a credit given by a government which goes into productive investment and which increases the productivity of the economy, that is in a certain sense paid back many times because of the increase of the added value through human labor. And therefore it's not inflationary. So this is all something you can absolutely calculate. And if such a change of the system, national banking in every country, and then basically a credit system like the National Bank, the NDB, the National Development Bank, which is now headquartered in Shanghai, headed by Dilma Rousseff, former president of Brazil. When President Lula was in Shanghai inaugurating the presidency of Dilma Rousseff as the head of this bank, he said that this bank would become the great development bank of the global South. And I think that such a system of banks connected with these national banks could indeed be enacted. And at the same time, there are also negotiations going on to create a new international reserve currency, which the Russian economist Sergei Glaziev has recently said in an interview, that when Russia is having the chairmanship of the BRICS starting January 1st, that they would use their one-year chairmanship in order to move this idea of a new reserve currency massively forward. So I think that there are many promising developments which will address the problem you raised.
Thank you, Helga. We will now yield the floor to our friend, Dennis. Very well, thank you. I would like to clarify to everyone that we have some 15 minutes in this session with Helga Zepp-LaRouche. We are receiving many questions are coming in. Two, I believe, were already answered by Helga, but I would like to mention them because we have been receiving these messages. One is from Kabanalukan. We were trying to get this person connected. They are asking, what are the interests behind all the wars that threaten humanity? I think this has been dealt with. Another one from Thomas, who asks, how can a national bank in each country benefit nations unlike central banks, which I believe Helga has also just addressed. And I would like to move on to two new questions. First one that just came in from a postgraduate researcher from the State University of Belarus in Minsk, Belarus, who is in the meeting. And he says the following. First of all, I would like to thank the Schiller Institute for organizing this conference. My question is the following regarding the appearance of far right-wing parties in Europe, the alternative for Germany, others in France and Poland, who propose national citizenship and independence from supranational institutions. Do they have anything to offer the kind of world that the LaRouche movement proposes? May they or not be partners with the current European Union governments? That is one question. If you can please keep track of that, Helga. And I would also like to now offer the microphone to Sibylle Schultz, who will be asking his question. Sibylle Schultz, who will be asking her question live. If you would please unmute your microphone, Sibylle. Sibylle Schultz had raised I believe, her hand, and you have been cleared to speak over your microphone, but you need to unmute it. I'm not sure what country she appears to be coming. Well, while you deal with that, perhaps Helga can reply to the question from our Belarusian friend.
Yes, I mean, this is not so easy to put, all over one comp, as we say in Germany. This was a Germanism, I apologize for. Now, this, is complicated because on the one side, in many of the people voting for these parties are doing that because they are utterly disappointed and disgusted with the present governments. So you would call it a protest vote, and only a portion of these votes are people who indeed agree with the full program of these parties. Now, the problem is that, like in Germany, you have a lot of people I could agree with because they are in the AfD, or have voted AfD because they are for nuclear energy. They are critical against the policies of the European Union, who is not representing the interests of their members. And there are many other points one could agree with, but then they also keep certain things inside the party, which I would call clearly racist. And the fact that they tolerate these elements means you can't really cooperate with these countries. Now, I think the crucial question is, how do these alternative parties, like now in Holland, the attitude towards the migrants is just absolutely wrong. The question is, what it all comes back to this 10th principle. What is the image of man? And can these parties be pulled into a collaboration with the global south? Because only if they agree that the right for development of the fullest potential of each human being on the planet applies for every child, every adult in every country around the globe, on all continents, only then, I think, is there a basis for working with these parties. And that has to be tested. Now, there are some, parties which I think are clearly chauvinist and even racist against the global south. And with those parties, I definitely would say no solution can be found, because it will just replace one evil with another one. And I think that, I think that the best thing which would occur, could occur concerning these parties is that, a greater understanding is being transmitted to what is the intention of the BRICS countries. I think, due to the fact that the Western media are absolutely controlled, there are even manuals given to the journalists how they should report things. Like concerning the Middle East right now, there is a manual which says, if you report about tragedies in the Gaza, always preface it with the idea that this is the result of the terrorist attack of Hamas torturing babies, and therefore this is also happening, in a footnote. And in the same way, the people in Europe they don't have a clear idea what is the intention of the global south, what is going on with the BRICS. If you study it, and we are in contact with many forces in these countries, it is very clear that they want to end a period of 600 years of colonialism, that the countries of Africa, Latin America, and Asia are now insisting that they have the right to develop their own raw materials, that they want to increase the value chain in their own country, not sell raw materials, but sell semi-finished products or final finished products in order to profit from their own values, their own resources. Now, do people react? Do people in these alternative parties respect the wish of every country in the global south that they have the right to do that? Are they willing to adjust the economic and credit system so that is possible? Unfortunately, many of the so-called right-wing parties belong to the Austrian school. They are followers of von Hayek, of Friedman, of the worst kind of fiscal conservatism and free trade and free market ideology. So I don't think there really are an alternative from that standpoint. But that has to be tested. I think one cannot make a prejudice ahead of time. But I think, if the people in Europe would know the historic, gigantic changes which are taking place right now, which Xi Jinping always calls, these are changes which have not taken place since 100 years. And I always say, these are changes, which have not taken place in 600 years, because the whole epoch, the epoch of colonialism, is definitely coming to an end. The test will be, do the people in these parties accept that the countries of the global south have the right to do that? Are they cooperating and supporting it or not? And, there are many other aspects also, but I think it all comes down to the image of man, which I try to address in the 10th principle.
Okay.
All right, very well. We will try to get Sybil Schultz on. And I saw another question. I read Mr. Molina's question. Sybil Schultz, please go ahead, if we can get you on. her microphone is still muted. Salvador lowered his hand. I do have one new question that came in writing. This one is from Poland. And they ask, isn't it true that the war between Russia and Ukraine is also a war against China, given the violations of the principles of the Belt and Road Initiative? This is a question that's come in from Poland. And yes, I believe that that's it. And Helga, I would also request that in your reply to this, you would add any final words that you would like to bring this session to an end with. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the answer to your question is yes, because it is clearly that the NATO expansion to the east, which was clearly in violation of promises given to Gorbachev at the time of the German unification. I mean, there have been all these arguments that this was never put in writing and therefore didn't really exist. But there are many time witnesses from Jack, the former ambassador to Moscow from the United States, to other people who were in the negotiations, who said that it was clearly promised to Gorbachev that NATO would not expand eastward. Nevertheless, it did 5 times, and now it's 6 times, including Finland, which is now moving NATO to the border of Russia, another 1,300 kilometers. Now, I mean, I think you all can imagine if Russia or China would put their troops and weapon systems at the Mexican border and the Canadian border, that the United States would absolutely go for a new Cuban crisis on steroids. So that encirclement of Russia is experienced by China as well. I mean, they have stated many times that they think that the 800 US bases around the world, a lot of them are directed against containing the influence of China. And naturally, there is this strategic agreement which occurred between Putin and Xi Jinping, I think it was on the 3rd or 4th of February 2020, which put the strategic relationship between China and Russia on a very strong basis, and it has not been broken since, but to the contrary, it has been amplified by increasing economic ties between Russia and China many times. So I think that it's really not a question of Russia alone. It is the question of the world order. And I think that the Putin at one point said if they would not have found Ukraine, they would have found another way to try to contain Russia. And I think hopefully the summit between Xi Jinping and President Biden in San Francisco, hopefully this is easing these tensions and going in another direction. So I would not say everything is hopeless, but I think what is required is a really very, very different attitude where the entire West, or North, if you want to call it that, has to move from confrontation to cooperation. And that, I think the best way how that could occur, I think that given the NATO-Russia, NATO-China relationship is so fixed, I think that the best thing could occur if the countries of the global South make their voice heard louder and louder and try to impact the knowledge of the normal population in Europe and in the United States. because I think that if the normal average persons, who are not listening to alternative media, who are listening to the mainstream media, since they do not know the historic change which is going on, I think I've thought about this a lot, and I really think that if the countries of Latin America, Asia, Africa would understand the importance of making very, very clearly understandable to the people in Europe and the United States what is their aspiration, why they want to end colonialism, why they demand their right for development of all of their people, I think there could be found a communication which I think would be a very important message, something which could start, because people in Europe and the United States are not evil, they're just in the grip of forces which are not exactly positive to what is being discussed here. But normal people, people to people exchanges always are very useful, because I think that the average person, you will find that the 10th principle is even represented there. Normal people are good. They want to help their neighbors. If there's a crisis, they come and do incredible sacrifices in neighborly help and protecting each other. So I think that we have to make sure that the world is not in control of just by an oligarchical elite which are trying to manipulate the situation according to their own interest, but that we find many ways of getting across what do people want in the global south, and why they are the natural ally of the good people in the north, and that way I think hopefully we can solve this problem without a catastrophe. And since I'm an eternal optimist, I think we can do it if we all work to this end.
Yes, we want to thank Mrs. Selga Zeplerush for her words, for her keynote speech. We thank her for this excellent presentation, and likewise, we thank her for her very to-the-point answers to questions from Latin America and the world. Thank you very much. We also thank participants and questioners. And at this point, we are moving to the next presentation. If it's okay with you, Dennis, we will move on to the second session, which is Capitalism and Multipolarity, by members of Central American and Caribbean Critical Thought, Luis Guzman and Rafael Paz. Prior to this, we will be playing a musical theme that will be in accordance with their topic. Yes, go ahead. Thank you. Let's listen. I think we have a slight misunderstanding. We thought that you would be playing the music. If you don't have it handy, we can look it up and play it from here. Okay. We will play them later then, because indeed they are not handy at this point. So we will move directly to the presentation by our panelists, our friends from Critical Thought, Luis Guzman and Rafael Paz Narvaez, who are presenting the topic of capitalism and multipolarity. They will be addressing that issue. Please, our colleagues are at hand. Luis Guzman and Rafael, your microphone, I believe, is muted. Luis, thank you, Bolivar. My thanks. We are, yes, go ahead. Can you hear me? Okay, go ahead. Yes, your microphone is open. Thank you, Bolivar. Fraternal greetings to the entire audience and the Schiller Institute and organizers of this unique event, as has been described. We will be presenting, if you'll give me a minute. The unipolar world, its imminent and inevitable fall. We will be introducing a couple of aspects, three brief components of to characterize this behavior that we see in the world, particularly the unipolar world, the imperialist world, three dimensions. Brief introduction, but we will be addressing these three characters: pulsion, death rattles, and self-referencing, and a brief conclusion. As we all know, there is already a great cry in the sky for this Anglo-Saxon or Anglo-US, to be specific, behavior, and how this situation has been occurring over 200 years of intervention all around the world in many countries. It's close to or a little more than 200 years of interventionist history, but we will address the causes, why this is so, as has been mentioned already by the excellent previous speaker. Take a look at this map. After the Cold War, you see a picture of the countries where the intervention of empire has been seen in our own American continent, but particularly around the geopolitical axes of Africa and the Middle East, and also Europe. You will remember the Serbia-Kosovo conflict. All of this is held up, according to the analytical philosopher Lacan, by world media, who are smoke screening and mellowing down or softening this intervention. Some call the media the fourth power that upholds current democracy. And this story that they keep adding page after page to this same playbook. Now, it is relevant to take a quick look at this psychoanalytical approach by Lacan. This is a study that we have developed with Marlon Javier Lopez, a young philosopher. We have a very promising young philosopher, and has been publicized in digital media on Lacan, war and compulsion, and what are the main causes worldwide of such behavior. Within its social and economic dynamics, capitalism has now Some say that we have already gone past the neoliberal stage, but it still persists in certain peripheral countries and has assumed a new aspect in certain countries that are seen as laboratories, particularly in Latin America. But the main point is that Lacan makes between imperialist war and impulsion. This concept of Lacan is one of the pillars of the psychoanalytical theory and is manifest, as you can read here, in a force that transcends all immediate demands, that perpetually resist the satisfaction of individual needs of a defined object. You can read this in a publication by Lacan in 1998, his 20th conference on reverse psychoanalysis. That you can expand on that there. This concept is one of the pillars, one of the main pillars of his theory. In its most advanced stage, capitalism is characterized by a urge to constantly accumulate capital and resources from other states. Capital, we all know how that works. It multiplies via investment and reinvestment, but the goal is to increase its own gains, its surplus, which translates into a expansionist, unlimited logic of expansion, as if the planet's resources were unlimited. This manifests as an insatiable thirst or lust worldwide, particularly in the unipolar world, but it is part and parcel of the whole capitalist package. This is where it is resembles pulsion in the sense that both phenomena lead to an infinite, insatiable force across time and geography. But in capitalism, particularly this pulsion or force, it is a means to acquire new resources, which is perpetuated in an unending accumulating, as Lenin said in a anthology of his complete works from 1977. You read there where he says, as what you see, Lacan argues that this pulsion, personal urge of every individual goes beyond the conscious desire of meeting a desire. It is a force which propels each individual. It's a fundamental force, and this is on the psychoanalytical side. This force is similar to imperialist war, and it is intrinsically insatiable. All of us have seen it worldwide from what we recall from world war dynamics. It can never be satisfied. Lacan was saying already in 1998 in his 20th lecture titled Still, the acquisition is associated both with the concept of enjoyment, but also pain. All of these actions to acquire resources for its economic activity and a greater accumulation day by day, it brings them a headache as well, and leads to the dynamic of war processes. It brings up three characteristics which will bring our presentation to a close. Within this imperialist dynamics, there is impulse towards expansion of territory and resources. Remember, for instance, lithium in Bolivia, copper in Chile are examples that we see in the present. So this constant search is necessary to secure the resources to feed this capitalism. This gives us an idea of what the cause is of this dynamics of this engine. So for Lacan, this relation is exacerbated by what he calls the pulsion of death, or the impulse of death. In psychoanalysis, this force is a destructive force, which every individual possesses in a latent form in every living being. And this is the compulsive repetition of certain patterns of behavior. This was also published by Lacan in 1992 in his 17th lecture. If we compare this to imperialist war, we see a endless repetition of war conflicts. We are never at peace, or at least it has increased after the Cold War. We are never at peace. And imperialist powers seek to maintain and expand their domination through violence and submission, so that colonial times have evolved into neo-colonial times. But the countries of the South have said, enough, we are tired of this colonialism. We could very well call this today neo-colonialism. This goal, which is an unreachable goal by the empire, defines its motivation to seek for greater resources and territory, a constant urge to acquire more and more at any cost and from any country. This is a compulsion that can never be fully satisfied. So this unreachable goal is a symptom that of a desire that can never be fully met. Oil, for instance, remember Iraq, the Iraqi government was accused of producing nuclear weapons. When they came in, they realized there wasn't anything there, and all of this was known later, but it was actually to control the oil. Imperialist war also relies on a very important aspect, which is self-reference. In this unreachable search, the Lacan emphasizes the identification of the individual with the desire of others. This brings about a politics between individuals and states. There is always someone with whom consensus can be reached with the politics of another state that has resources that the empire needs for its own industry, for further accumulation of wealth and development of industry, but most especially the weapons industry, which has been referenced here. In the imperialist context, these actions motivate wars with the purpose of satisfying an urge to an expansionist urge or desire. And here we have an effective tool that serves as a smokescreen to obscure the aspirations of the citizenship that is already elevating a cry above propaganda and ideology. These fire a desire in the population, as Lacan says, and war is then seen as a means to satisfy these desires and feeds back into the imperialist wire. This is the basic paradox of capitalist imperialism. A greater increase of wealth to a diminishing few, and an increase of poverty for an increasing majority. This is what feeds war and poverty. You can see how migration from Africa to Europe is being push by this barbarous imperialist looting of African and other countries, Latin America and elsewhere. What we see now is this desire or for the other. It becomes individual. It becomes a part of the individual, and it is manifest through a propaganda, a machine that justifies war as a means of satisfying expansionist urges. So this is Lacan's look at the underlying motivation of imperialist war in the endless search for pleasure and satisfaction. Let's look at this map to remember, as published by The Economist, remember these lines at the end of the part 1 of the Communist Manifesto. And we can compare this to the present day. Let's look at the situation that Marx observed in the 19th century, and let's see what we have at this time, how far we've come. As has been, as we have been warned, we even risk a nuclear apocalypse. But let's look at the other side, as the previous speaker pointed out. So when the bourgeoisie develops its industry, sees the basis of its own production crumbling under its feet. So things have changed. And while it moves forward, it digs its own grave and creates its own undertakers. And the triumph of the oppressed is inevitable. Let's look at this situation in closing. In the year 2000, trade relations with the imperial world, the Anglo-US world, and then in red, the trade relations with China. Let's see what The Economist publishes in their own country. This is the Copernican revolution, and the trend is reversed, and we see how a multipolar world evolves. Let's pay close attention to this. This is a call to North American populations to look more carefully at your politicians. Where are your taxes being spent? Where are your children, sons and daughters being sold to these war confrontations, which, as perhaps we do not see in this latest conflict, but are hidden in a strategic level? What we're trying to point towards is the causes which impel imperialist war, which are similar to the Lacan psychoanalytical model. Take a very close look and demand more from your politicians. And we continue to expose what they are doing, especially with the massacre in Gaza. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Luis. Another one of our panelists is Rafael Paz. Are you there? Yes, here I am. Rafael, we will let Fernando speak. He has raised his hand. Fernando, did you have a question? Go ahead. Fernando Vargas, you may speak. This session has not quite ended because the second part with Rafael has not yet been presented. Fernando, your microphone is muted. Fernando, if you want to speak. Otherwise, we will just go straight to Rafael. The slide reads capitalism and multipolarity. Yes, Fernando? We will yield the floor to Rafael then. Thank you. Go ahead, Rafael. We recognize you. Okay. The topic that has brought us to participate in this event is capitalism and multipolarity. We won't go into the classical heterodox classification of capitalism or multipolarity, but we would like to stress certain points because we have limited times. But I need to point out that we consider the issues of capitalism and associated problems of capitalism. We should not say exclusively, but principally in capitalism, and also somehow there is a transformation of what we call multipolarity or pluripolarity, depending on your choice of language. This we do from the standpoint of knowledge management, which is a topic that is often named today, but we should add that below and above and in parallel to this knowledge management, there is a management of confusion. And to move towards management of knowledge allows us to reach solutions of the key issues of the 21st century. This is what brings us here to speak of capitalism and multipolarity. The first thesis that I would like to sketch out is that in our contemporary world, if we go by the world reports in the social sciences, the main concerns are in knowledge management, is which are presented as gaps, knowledge gaps in the social reports, but certainly certain persons may say that the issue are not the gaps. The issue is that knowledge management is one face of the coin, and the other side is that there is a management of confusion. The other side of the document has to do with global climate change and also inequality and injustice. In 2010, the report on the social sciences report, world sciences report, gaps in knowledge, which reports that social sciences in the world, as in the so-called developed world, some people call the development world, has focused or has concentrated wealth from political and economic relations that constrict the colonial world through the colonization of the planet, particularly by European nations, though not exclusively, although there also certain Asian nations also participated in this colonial system. So this disparity between the colonizers and the colonized, colonized nations and colonizing nations still leads to this knowledge gap in terms of how social sciences are seen in this report. Then in 2013, a new report came out on social sciences whose issues are global climate changes, which is relevant because in the 21st century, the degradation of the biosphere by human interaction is undeniable. This reminds me of a movie, which is, although it is a work of fiction, there is a slogan by a small minority, which is contradictory, but there is a small majority that says, do not look up. That is, they deny reality. In the age of information, in the age in which knowledge circulates with restrictions, but knowledge does circulate in a very advanced and extensive technological level. There are people, over 600,000 people in the United States, who have the opportunity to believe and convince others that the earth is flat. but most people resist this. So environmental change is denied by some, but they are undeniable. And finally, there's the 2016 World Report on Social Sciences that reports the challenge of inequality and a path to a just world. That is, there are three major problems in the contemporary world. There's the issue of knowledge management, which sometimes becomes confusion management, the management of solutions to global environmental changes, and the management of inequality and injustice. The solution of inequality in the good or bad life of the entire population of the world. So in the difference between a good life and a bad life is an issue of justice. If we use as a tool the K-wave long cycle theory of Moldesky, we can assume that the world is increasingly interconnected economically, politically, and culturally. This interdependence leads to one country's actions having an impact in other countries, even if there is no direct relationship between them. There are, in fact, great powers, intermediate powers, and also states and nations in a state of subordination. We could name names, perhaps. We could speak, obviously, of the United States, which brings us to a discussion of multipolarity, because at some point it was posited as the only superpower in a unipolar world, which was never entirely true. We do still live in an interdependent world, but usually if we ask, common sense will tell you that, well, European Union, United States, and China at this time, of course, the reality is far more complex. Collective actors with the greatest impact on political and economic issues in the planet are governments on the one hand, on the other, multinational corporations, international organizations, and civil society. Certain organizations of civil society, but not necessarily in this order. Governments are the collective orders, actors. Yes, an interruption here. Okay. Governments are, in a certain way, the most important actors, and we see, to some degree, in this long cycle of K waves, we might say that the United States is in a phase of exhaustion. And within this cycle, it seems to be dragging down the European Union by involving it in a war that ruins the good trade relations that it had before with Eastern Europe and especially Russia. Then there is an unstoppable rise of China, most especially, but China has a strategy of cooperation with other developing countries such as Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And over the next few decades, the African countries, which will also become rising economies, multinational corporations, many of which are sometimes more powerful than subordinate nations, companies such as Amazon, particularly Amazon, really, or Google, at this time, as of the pandemic and this economic disruption that occurred, leading to a reset. They transitioned into a far greater expansionist dynamic, and they have a greater role. For instance, the World Economic Forum gathers the 100 companies with greater income than $100 billion, and have built alliances with organizations such as the United Nations. United Nations and World Economic Forum in this regard have, in fact, an alliance in the goals, the sustainable development goals for the millennium. There are associations such as the Heritage Foundation have had a lobbying influence with great powers such as the United States. The World Economic Forum has a different kind of influence in governments, but most especially in this case, it has influence in the United Nations. Other international organizations are more of civil society. For instance, the World Social Forum, the agricultural workers, or the Natural Foundation for Nature. And civil organizations, NGOs, are the least influential and with the least economic and political impact in the planet. But this is the situation we find. Then, if we consider the current and medium-term impact of human economic practices on the ecological system balance in the planet's biosphere, and the growing inequality and the participation of the human population in life resources, we oscillate between optimism to address climate change and reduce or perhaps even solve the huge inequality in human coexistence. There are a very few who have a very great amount, and are a very great number of those who have nearly nothing and suffer for this. There's an intermediate scenario in which no solution is found, and yet another or solutions, intermediate solutions are found that do not, and there is a pessimist scenario in which we do not actually make it. In terms of common sense, each scenario will be the result of the political will of governments, the pressure of organizations of civil society, and the development of new technology, or renouncing unsustainable lifestyles. Why? Because much technology is tied to a lifestyle. What needs to change is technology that continues to sustain an unsustainable lifestyle. This technology needs to be changed. Technology can help increase efficiency in the use of resources and promote equality, but it needs to be designed for that purpose. And this is where knowledge management comes in, and also attention to guaranteeing that, ensuring that knowledge management does not lead to confusion. Here we have a cartoon here that shows how the common citizen perceives the situation of the plant. And this board of directors, we could assume it might be a transnational corporation. This is how production knowledge is production or speculation, whatever is more profitable. Schools or jails, I'm reminded of El Salvador, whatever creates the greatest profit. Organic or transgenic answer, whatever creates negotiation or war, whatever creates greater profit. And we could add information or disinformation, and the answer will still be whatever yields the most profit. Companies who manage data on the internet often they do not doubt that for a moment. They directly go to whatever yields the greater profit, and what yields the greater profit is disinformation. So far from managing knowledge, we are in a stage of management of confusion. But this is a confusion with a purpose, with an intention. We have someone here at the table who expresses the human desire to not submit to an algorithm with the goal of whatever yields the greater profit, as long as global climate change is not addressed, or regardless of whether human coexistence is degraded further and made less just. So our decision-making algorithm will always be whatever yields the greater profit. It should be clear that we are falling into this scenario. So we need to, for instance, at the university level, the centers of knowledge creation, we need to promote a model of knowledge management that makes it possible to distinguish between information and disinformation. Garcia Canclina, among many people, have dealt with this topic. They say that citizens are being replaced by algorithms, and society here, social organizations, whether local or global, those who have some kind of global reach, win battles in some cases. In some cases, certain human rights are achieved, but we are losing now with the issues that we see in Palestine. But achievements are reached against political authoritarian states. Electronic capitalism weakens democratic representation models beyond anyone who believes that Millet had all the necessary conditions to win. In the end, he did not win a fair fight, and the basis for this is that your emotions are manipulated, and science and psychological sciences applied to management of rather than information is disinformation, to appeal to your feelings, to your emotions. If it is meant to confuse you, it cannot be considered knowledge, political, economic. So by modifying the point of view of citizens, as Canclini says, it leads to a determinism, social decomposition. The peoples can create a knowledge management model from our universities, mediated through the application of scientific methods to the solution of the key issues of the 21st century. This injustice in human coexistence, the problem of the climate degradation of the planet, and the issue of how do we achieve knowledge, because our knowledge management can only be transformed in the sense of managing how we know. Science is a tool. It is not the specific or priority tool. We need to have a dialogue with cultures. So specific proposals to develop a political configuration for the 21st century would lead us to the creation of an international organization that regulates multinational corporations. If the algorithm that dominates these companies is whatever yields a greater profit, I would dare say that in the contemporary legal context becomes a law. It doesn't matter who is in there, as long as that social structure is active. That decision of whatever yields the greater profits will always be taken, and can only be restructured through collective will expressed at the transnational level, to create an international organization that regulates multinational corporations and establishes standards for multinational corporations with an obligation to respect human and environmental rights. Support for public and cooperative companies, governments who support public enterprise and cooperative organizations to cooperate with or to coexist with private enterprise. If I have an algorithm of whatever yields a greater profit, but we also have the will of the interests of the people represented in the state, I can easily crush any competition. So public companies and cooperative organizations, often times the workers' co-ops in England were born to alleviate poverty, not necessarily to overcome it. We are in a similar situation. It is not to be suggested as a definitive solution, but it is a stage that must be gone through. Public education and awareness building to educate the population on the benefits of socialism, for instance, to manage popular support to implement it. These proposals are not exhaustive, but they tend towards ideas to implement new political and economic practices for the 21st century. What do we understand by socialism? That is something that we need to talk about, but undoubtedly, an international organization to regulate multinational corporations has certain aspects of a socialist conception. At the moment, it would seem that we are struggling between three great currents. The one that the World Economic Forum represents, that is allied with United Nations and which seeks to regulate what the Heritage Foundation represents, which is the radical free market rules, which would probably lead to the worst scenario, and that which is represented by institutions like Oxfam, the Worldwide Foundation, which are institutions which somehow or another deal with similar political aspects that are similar to socialism. So this is what I wanted to discuss with you. Thank you very much, Rafael. Thank you, Luis. At this point, we will go into a period of questions. We have a few questions from our attendees from Central America, Caribbean, South America. If there are no questions, our good friend Dennis Small from the Schiller Institute does have some questions. Oh, excuse me. Yes, we do have a question from Denora. Please go ahead. Yes. Yes, for Professor Paz Narvaez, within those proposals, or the more further forward-looking proposals to combat the empire that deifies war, could the role of consumers be considered? Because I think that the consumers in other countries have had a significant role, or they have suggested blocking production of food products, services. Other trade unions have refused to unload containers which are sent from countries which are supporting Zionism in this case. So I think that we need to highlight the role of consumers who play a key role in the market model. That's my question. Thank you. And and if you could just identify the role of the consumer, what organizations have that role? Thank you, Lenora. Rafael, do you have a question, an answer? Yes. Yes, the consumer is a dimension of the human individual consumption, just as citizen is a dimension of the human individual. The human individual is a consumer, but at the same time is also a citizen. So as a consumer, the individual is equally affected and immersed in this management of confusion. And there are indeed positive proposals, such as saying, well, we will no longer buy products produced in Israel as a way of as a citizen's pressure, because the citizen here has a double role. It's a citizen in terms of a political decision and a consumer in terms of a economic decision. But our experience is at the same time political and economic. But how far can this proposal spread? And where does it lead? Is it capable of having being expressed by the citizenship? Perhaps not at the time, but what could be done for such proposals to have a better effect? We already have what they pushing what they call fair markets. In precisely such a logic in which the will of the consumer has an effect on the configuration of the market. At the time, for the time being, this is part of what we call education. We need to educate, but we also need public policy at the local and national level so that this can be made viable both economically, and the greater challenge here is the international level, the global level. Thank you. Thank you. So if we have no further questions from this side, we will yield to our friend Dennis, who has a few questions from his side. Yes, thank you. Indeed, we have received a number of questions. One came in writing from Salvador Molina, who clarifies that his microphone is not working and therefore he's submitting in writing. And then the first, it is a question to the first presentation by Luis Guzman. He says, what changes has the Lacan position led in the concrete reality? I realize that capitalism is continuously violent to the psychoanalytical position. From that point of view, what do we poor populations have as an option against capitalism? And the second question, if you will, is from Adam Sulich, who also asks, what is the source of the map that you presented at the end of that first presentation? After that, we also have a question that will be made live. But how about we just addressing these two first questions for now? Yes, thank you. Yes, the question our colleague addresses, Salvador Molina, and it is not limited to psychoanalysts, but to the mind itself. Clearly, we need organization and struggle here. One example is the great citizen demonstration that is occurring in Washington to stop the massacre in Gaza. This could also be carried out against this predatory capitalism that is insatiable. Lacan's comparison to psychoanalysts, comparing its psychoanalytical approach to imperialism, is a comparison which is not only reduced to the mind. We it is up to us as the periphery in the world is beginning to realize is that the citizens join in a trend towards a multipolar world, but in an organized fashion. And as to the question of the source of the final slide with the data on comparison of trade relations between 2000 and 2020 is The Economist. It's a British publication. It was published around 2003. The Economist, that is the source. Great, thank you. And now from our side, we have a question from Osvaldo Konica. I will try to get his microphone online. If you would please unmute, Osvaldo, you'll be able to speak. You can hear me now? Yes, please raise your voice. Why, within all of these issues, why don't we look at the successful cases of breaking with these external colonization activities? And I've been following LaRouche for a number of years, and I find that in the founding of the United States and its break with the British Empire is a great counterexample of how to get rid of that grip of imperial powers. And we see this as a counter example to the independence of our Ibero-American nations, which resulted in dependence from under the British Empire. That is, the United States broke with the British Empire and created a union of states as a way of freeing itself from the power of England at the time. But we allied with England against the union that we had with Spain. So I believe that the American system, which was adopted as a system of representation in government, could be applied for us to do the same. We have a Catholic culture. Most of our countries speak the same language, and we live in a world where the science and technology, all of this, we have all of this. Why not unite with the system from the United States? Thank you. Thank you. I imagine this question is to both previous panelists. Yes, and you too, anyone. I am a moderator this time. I could discuss this separately, but at this time my function is as moderator. Well, I gather that the basic concern is that there is, in a way, still a very strong unipolarity. There are certain great powers, governments of great powers, who indeed define, particularly for those we call states or countries in a subordinated situation, they often define boundaries of performance. There are dramatically clear cases, such as the Cuban Republic, which has been under a more than 60 years blockade, a very strict blockade in which 90% of normal trade transactions cannot be performed internationally due to the fact that the government of this great power has imposed rules on a number of multinational corporations to punish them for pursuing certain types of relations. Something similar can be seen in the case of Venezuela. And perhaps many other nations that are in a subordinate role have lived through a process of trying to take their own decisions, for instance, of the type that has been identified. What would we need to carry out a more autonomous knowledge management process, to repudiate the knowledge management that oftentimes comes from the outside, and that the cyberspace is fundamentally organized by and run by these entities. In the case of the El Salvador economy, they have a $500 million contract with Google to reorganize the entire territory of the country of El Salvador, and this can be linked. We at the university have linked this to a law that has been promulgated, which says we will have the ability to expropriate the land if this is due to a project to benefit the country. We, as a university, are working together with at least 20 communities which are threatened, legally threatened, with loss of their lands due to the fact that many of them have a clear judicial status. So there is actions by the state, and there are companies, global companies, who are joining these state actions to the detriment of peasants, and in some occasions indigenous populations, that to their detriment. So there is a knowledge management. Google, on the one hand, is supporting backing the Salvadorian state. We have a discussion here at the university because certain university staff are under contract for this negotiation. And on the other hand, the information flow reaching the population does not include any discussion of this topic. It is the discussion is very limited because the information doesn't flow. Events such as this one, for instance, are little known in our country. So, of course, we are now we are resolved to resist this. I'm not sure if this answers your question, but I would leave it there. May I say something? We are, unfortunately, we're short on time. I think that the answer was clear. I would like to now yield to Bolivar. Yes, thank you, Dennis. Okay. The last thing is to thank Rafael and Luis Guzman for their presentations, as well as all of those who submitted questions. And I would like to let you know that the next presentation will be by our good friend Dennis Small from the Schiller Institute and the International Peace Coalition. The topic he will be covering is on the international financial and economic crisis. But we would like to first have a brief pause for Carlos Fernando Matute to give us share a few words with us, as well as a musical presentation. Just a second. Thank you. Then we will hear our comrade Fernando Matute, who will give us a brief summary of the conference so far. Go ahead, Carlos. Your microphone is muted. Can you hear me now? You hear me now? Yes. Yes. Go ahead. Okay. Let's try to summarize, beginning with the issues of the essence of capitalism. Capitalism, in fact, expands production by use of technology, but the goal that informs the system is the maximum profit in whatever the business, so whatever economic activity. Here in Nicaragua, I remember there was a company, Plasmaferic, who would buy blood from citizens during the Somoza dictatorship, and this was cost Pedro Chamorro's life because he denounced that. So imperialism, which is the final and last phase of capitalism, what those of us who have survived the 4 crises and 2 great world wars and the Great Depression from 1929 through 1933, that it is not necessary for war to proceed, because for the last 35 years, there have been cyclical crises, 5 to 10 year cycles, to the point that we reach a civilization crisis at this stage. That is, the crisis we have, the crisis of capitalism at this point is structural, hegemonic, and in brief, a crisis of humanity. Indeed, it even threatens the environment. It deepens social inequality and puts the life of the planet's population in danger, and uses media to manipulate information through great information cartels in order to hide from the great majorities the truth. Forgive the redundancy. So we may speak of a crisis of the civilization model. In some dictionaries, it is a matter of the limits of the capitalist system, but clearly we are considering proposals and scenarios presented by presenters, scholars Luis Guzman and Mr. Paez, researchers and activists for the environment, as well as also communist organizers. One of them, Luis Guzman, they have published many articles on the topic, both in El Salvador as well as in Nicaragua. We thank them because it is difficult. The next point is to address the crisis, but we can summarize the characteristics of the current crisis, which, aside from being an economic war, it is also a media war to create disinformation. The most outstanding conclusion is that of organization and struggle. Only through the representation of social organizations can political parties reach a reduction of inequality and a balance of the natural environment. Likewise, universities should join the struggle of urban and rural organizations. There is a proposal to create an organization in the framework of the United Nations to regulate the operations of multinational corporations with respect for human rights and interests. This must be aimed at creating political awareness in which actors can distinguish between truth and false from the information provided by the great communications giants. So it depends indeed on the degree of organization, the degree of mobilization of social organizations, progressive parties, and also political parties who identify with saving humanity from the catastrophe that capitalism is driving in order to diminish inequality. So that's a brief summary of the presentation of the panelists and their replies to the questions which were submitted on this issue. Thank you very much, Carlos Matute, for your wrapping up that session. And we will immediately now hear our good friend from the Schiller Institute, Dennis Small, with the key topic of the conference, the financial economic crisis and the role of BRICS Plus. Dennis, go ahead. So thank you very much, Bolivar, and good morning or afternoon to all of you. 3 days ago, on December the 6th, the Russian President Putin traveled to United Arab Emirates, and also you will need to mute your the sound from you need to mute the sound coming in from. Okay, as I was saying, on December the 6th, that is 3 days ago, Russian President Putin traveled to United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, and on his return to Moscow, he met with President Raisi of Iran, all of which occurred in the midst of the huge crisis occurring due to the killing going on in Gaza. To some degree, this gives us an idea of what is happening on the international level for the following reasons. Let us remember that these 3 countries are among the 6 new countries which will be joining the BRICS Association in 2 weeks now, the 1st of January, 2024. They are also oil-producing countries, and with the BRICS 11 that we are talking now about 45-46% control of world oil production, and also they also have a leading role in the discussion of the issue of Gaza. But I think there is more than that to the Putin's visits, and it has not been discussed publicly, but it is merely a hypothesis. I believe that Putin is thinking in somewhat greater strategic terms in this, and I explain the decision on the need for a total paradigm change, a new international architecture of security and development is an issue that both President Xi from China and President Putin from Russia have been addressing in an increasingly philosophical way in terms of fundamental concepts. And I believe that Helga Zapp-LaRouche's proposal, based on her 10 principles and the philosophical premises that she lays out there, in a way are a counterpart is the counterpart from the West to that dialogue that Putin and Xi are carrying out. This has very much to do with the Gaza crisis and very much to do, as I expect to show, in terms of the systemic crisis that we have before us. Because at this time, we are going through a financial and economic crisis worldwide, which is not a conjunctural crisis. It is not simply some momentary trouble that will that will go away. This is the crisis that Lyndon LaRouche has been warning about since 1971. It's a systemic crisis. The difference between the conjunctural crisis and a systemic crisis is that the systemic crisis, such as today's, is the result of fundamental axioms of the system itself, which are not solvable within the system itself. The solution requires breaking with the axioms themselves and establishing something completely new and different, not merely small changes, but an axiomatic fundamental change, such as, for instance, what happened in the transition from the Middle Ages to the period of the Renaissance, or as also occurred with the Treaty of Westphalia. If we look at the international crisis from this point of view, I think that it will be easier to understand what is going on. I would like to share some illustrations with you as we discuss these matters. We see here a graph that shows world financial aggregates. We see here a situation where the financial problem is not merely that debt has grown, which has grown. There's a more than $30 trillion worldwide. And it's not just merely speculation on the various stock markets. That's also significant. What really makes the speculative bubble are financial derivatives, as we see here. We're talking about that red zone, which is reaching over $1.5 trillion in financial derivatives, which, as you can see, is 80% of the international financial bubble. At this time, we have world financial aggregates, that is speculation, for over $2 trillion. And to clarify, if this is a 2 followed by 15 zeros, the different 2 plus 15 zeros, it's unpayable, totally, absolutely, undeniably unpayable, whatever may happen. This system is simply crashing. The additional problem is that what has been done to try to, quote, solve the crisis has simply worsened it, because the 2007-2008 collapse was Wall Street, and the City of London response was the well-known quantitative easing. This is simply the modern version of running the printing machines to fight inflation with greater speculation. This is like feeding a cancer with further cancer. The result is even worse than the cure is even worse than the disease. If we look at quantitative easing, QE, we see that all of the central banks of the transatlantic, including Japan, quantitative easing is simply a matter of printing currency that they give to the banks that can then issue them as credit to supposedly address the debt. So as of 2021, there was a $25 billion in quantitative easing, but this simply adds to the increasing the bubble. We see here that quantitative easing has increased here. Of course, banking deposits with this free money have also grown, but the famous bank loans to consumers, businesses, and potentially productive activities not only have not grown, but have shrunk in cumulative terms. So banks received the cash, kept it, and used it for further speculation. This will not obviously promote a solution, but will lead to the crisis simply growing. So, applying Lyndon LaRouche's methodology and his evaluation of the crisis, if we resort to that, because LaRouche has been the only economist worldwide who did forecast what was happening, would happen, and has happened, as well as proposing a solution. One cannot only look at the monetary side of things, because the monetary dimension needs to be correlated to the physical economy component. And I will show you here a graph, which is a pedagogical graph that LaRouche developed. We call this the triple curve, or the typical collapse function, in which he shows the relationship, which is a reality today, in which monetary aggregates, monetary inflation, increases in a hyperbolic function. Financial aggregates are on top of that. They are an additional function, which increases even further. But the biggest problem is that physical economic production is on the decline. What does physical economic production mean? This is the quid of the issue, because current economy schools do not deal with this. They only address monetary issues. Physical economics is the measure of increase in production of goods and services required for the possible increase of labor productivity continues to grow. That means that it is a quality of the ability per square kilometer of production of machine tools and production. And if we study these physical economic factors, not in dollar terms or yuan terms or pesos, but measured in physical economic terms, we see that these categories have been on the decline. We have now a situation in which, if we look at, for instance, the unemployment situation worldwide, you will see with this following graph how dire this situation has become. I'm not sure if you can see it. I'm trying to. Okay, here it is. This is a chart that we developed to evaluate not official unemployment, but considering these categories of supposed employment, but which does not represent production. People may be paid for it, but they do not produce what humanity needs to continue developing. Examples: drug trafficking. Another example: military production. Another example, perhaps even worse than the two previous. Economists trained in Harvard and Chicago School of Economics, who their production is completely destructive and false. But irony, sarcasm aside, that the world reality is that there is as much unemployment in the informal sector, people who live from day to day in miserable conditions on the street. Those people are unemployed. They are not producing. Perhaps they are drawing some income, but are not producing anything that is required for physical economic population reproduction. If we compare this world situation with the true 46% unemployment, this is the worst loss of wealth that we can imagine if you have a labor force that is not engaged in production. If we compare this to equivalent figures for different sectors in Africa, that is a 65% ratio. In Latin America, 42% true unemployment. United States, 24%. China, 4%. So this gives us a good sense of why it is so important to establish a relationship between the financial, monetary dimension on the one hand and physical economic production on the other. And the cause of all crises which have existed is not merely what may exist from the financial and monetary side, but that could grow into a speculative bubble, but that will eventually burst because true production is completely paralyzed. This is what happened in the economic depression of the last century, in the 30s, 40s, the tulip bubble. It has happened many times, and it's happening now. The problem is that we have a ruling financial class is headquartered in the city of London and Wall Street, who are holding on to this speculative bubble, and every decision they make is in defense of this financial and political fiction. This is what leads to war. This is what creates economic chaos. This is what leads to the destruction of state economies in several countries, such as what Milei is doing or intends to do in Argentina, and what has occurred under the control of the International Monetary Fund and Latin American funds and countries and so forth and so on. Now, this discussion now leads us to the kernel of Lyndon LaRouche's concept, to go on to not the discussion of the problem, but the discussion of the solutions, which is what really interests us. It is required to take a brief parenthesis, perhaps not such a brief parenthesis, but to speak of Lyndon LaRouche's concept of physical economy. Now, why Lyndon LaRouche? Well, I believe that the best way to present LaRouche is not that I do it, because I have been a student and a supporter of LaRouche for half a century. We were in jail together, in fact, as a result of Wall Street's political persecution of us, as well as certain other comrades who were up to 10 years in jail as political prisoners in the United States. LaRouche spent 5 years in prison, but I would prefer to yield the perhaps the most important economist of Russia, Sergei Glassiev. Glassiev was the president of the Duma Economic Commission in Russia at that time in 2001. Which was addressed by Lyndon LaRouche, who gave testimony and spoke to the Russian Duma. Glassiev is also an academic of the Russian Academy of Science. He was an advisor to President Putin. When he was a presidential candidate, and he is now Minister of Infrastructure and Development of the Euro-Asiatic Association, which is precisely the association that Putin has indicated will be liaising with the Belt and Road Initiative of China's. Having said this, I will ask Dave to please play extracts from this video by Glassiev, who shared it on the 100th anniversary of Lyndon LaRouche, who had already died, but it was a memorial that he offered Helga Zepp-LaRouche at that time in memory of Lyndon LaRouche. Here's the text. As for the liberal globalization that today is leading to the collapse of the world financial system, LaRouche, he proposed a different model of globalization. This is a splendid and interesting product, which has been implemented in these recent years, which we are linking to the Eurasian Economic Union. Lyndon LaRouche looked decades ahead. He warned the USA and its partners about the inevitable collapse of their financial policy, in which the interests of speculators eclipse the development of the economy. Global speculators and world oligarchy, who are parasites on the monetary mission of world currencies, greatly disliked LaRouche for this. He was persecuted and faced with imprisonment. He ran for the US presidency several times, and if Lyndon LaRouche had been elected president, the world today would be developing in a stable fashion. There would not be the growing chaos. There would not be the worldwide wars and provocations, which the global oligarchy does in order to write off its debts. The present nightmarish moment with the breakdown of the entire system of international law and of international cooperation, the collapse of the financial system could have been avoided if the Democratic Party organization had supported LaRouche as a presidential candidate many years ago. But unfortunately, history does not recognize the subjunctive mood, or as we tend to put it, no one is a prophet in his own country. LaRouche's voice was heard very well. We remember him in practically all the major countries in the world that today are developing successfully. Above all, India and China, there are LaRouche supporters. They have used his thoughts and ideas for creating their economic miracles. It is the principles of physical economy championed by LaRouche that today underlie the Chinese economic miracle and are there in the foundation of India's economic development policy. The supporters of LaRouche in those countries exert a fruitful, very positive and constructive influence on economic policy shaping in these leading nations of the new world economic paradigm. Lyndon LaRouche turned out to be right. Today, we rely on his work, his writings, in composing proposals for a very rapid transition to a new world economic paradigm. We call it an integrated world economic model in which finance capital will be subordinated to the tasks of developing the economy, and which the principles of physical economy will come to fruition. As we can see, countries that are taking this path are enjoying success. Well, as you have heard from Sergei Glassiev, LaRouche's ideas are the ones that have become the basis for discussions taking place in China, India, and elsewhere on the architecture of BRICS and etc., which I will be dealing in a little bit more detail in a moment. But which is this model of LaRouche's? Which is the key economic concept of Lyndon LaRouche? Well, let's look at it in terms of LaRouche's own words, and we see a picture here where he says the key feature of my original contribution to the Leibnizian science of physical economy is having provided a method to approach the causal relationship, that is, in terms of causality, between contributions of individuals to axiomatically revolutionary advances in scientific knowledges and analogous forms of knowledge on the one hand, and the consequent increases in potential relative population density of corresponding societies on the other hand. That is the idea of how scientific discoveries and human creativity are the fundamental driving force of increases in physical economy, which LaRouche proposes to measure and define in terms of potential relative population density. That is the capacity of an economy to support a growing economy under increasingly favorable conditions, living standards, to be able to continue making scientific and technological advances into the future. Mr. LaRouche's concept is this is a process without limits. LaRouche completely opposes, fundamentally objects to the Club of Rome's idea that there are limits to growth. Furthermore, LaRouche wrote a book titled "There Are No Limits to Growth," because while it is true that natural resources are exhausted within an existing technological mode, the history of the successful progress of the human species has been a series of technological leaps that define new technological platforms and leading to the next steps of progress. This is a limitless process because the true raw materials of a human economy, which is human creativity, is limitless unless we self-limit with studies that come from a completely different standpoint. So LaRouche says that increases in potential relative population density give the human species the ability to continue developing, not only increasing their population, but increasing or improving general standards of life for all countries in all regions of the country. These two quotes perhaps best summarize the differences or the poles of the struggle. One by Philip of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, who said in 1998, as a clearly Malthusian idea, that population growth may be the most dangerous threat for survival. In case of reincarnation, I would like to return as a deadly virus to contribute somewhat to solving overpopulation. That is straight from Malthus, Bertrand Russell. This is Prince Philip. That is the oligarchy. There are too many people. We cannot allow them to develop. Mr. LaRouche's vision, this is a quote from 1983, is exactly the opposite. He says, man is fundamentally different from beasts. Man has the potential of reason, the power to effect creative discoveries which advance his scientific knowledge and convert such advances in technological advances. If technological progress is stopped at any moment, any society sufficiently foolish to do so will doom itself to death. So against the Club of Rome's idea that there are limits to growth, LaRouche says no, as long as we develop an economy based on a financial or monetary system that conforms to increases and improvements of physical economy and not the other way around. Cancer must not be our priority. The cancer has to be eliminated, and the healthy tissue needs to be encouraged to grow. This is applicable to many situations which are particularly relevant to this audience. We need to understand, if you want to get a grasp of what has happened with migration from Mexican and Central Americans to the United States. These are data from 2015. They could be updated, but if we look at the total population, in the case of Mexico, first generation Mexicans who have migrated to the United States were amounted to 11.5 million. And if we go to second and third generations, it gets to 35.8 million. We're talking about economic migrants, refugees. That's nearly 35% of the population. Other countries have alarming figures as well, and this is a result of the current looting system by the International Monetary Fund has led to conditions which do not allow maintaining the existing population of these countries. That is, for them to survive and their families to survive, they have had to escape and see if they can somehow make enough money to send to send money back home. I always tell my friends here in the United States who don't know Mexicans very well, if they feel that Mexicans travel to the United States because they prefer McDonald's to tacos rather than tacos, it's because they haven't tried Mexican tacos. Joking aside, Mexicans flee in desperation because the International Monetary Fund has looted the Mexican economy through debt repayment and so forth. So this issue of a drop in the potential relative population density of these countries to a level below existing population levels, when there is an economy in which the potential relative population density is falling below existing population levels, this leads to war, depopulation, economic crises, and that is the nature of the current crisis. Now, before moving on to the issue of proposals, I would like to add one conceptual point to this, which has to do with energy and the issue of climate change. This deserves its own discussion. We don't have time for that, but I do want to lay out some key points in that regard. LaRouche says and explains that the growth of potential relative population density, that is physical economic growth, is directly related to the energy density of fuels, as well as the energy flux density. We see here the energy density of different fuels. We can see that in previous ages of humanity, when the fuel was wood, the density is very low in kilojoules per gram. It's only 18 kilojoules per gram. And that then society moves to coal and oil. Once that is, we run out, you need to develop a nuclear fission energy, which has a much higher density by orders of magnitude than nuclear fusion would be, even by additional orders of magnitude, and matter-antimatter reaction. And the development of these energy sources of increasing density is what allows physical economic productivity of the relevant economy to occur. Now, facing the various environmental challenges that we may face, the question is, what is the cause and what is the solution? Our basic argument is that the solution will never be returning to technologies of the past, because such technologies are only able to support a far reduced population. This will require the death of population reduction, and this is what the radical environmentalists of London, Holland, and so forth propose. This means that they propose that we depopulate. We cannot continue growing. And we will, of course, start this depopulation with you, with the darker skinned populations, blacks and brown people, whereas the actual solution will always be in forward progress in technology, which also increase these capabilities. Now, this is a graph in English, I apologize, but I think you can see this is about global temperature. This is temperatures taken between 1880 to about 2010. And the red line is the 5-year average reading. And indeed, temperature has been increasing in an interesting way all along this period. Now, if we limit our attention to this span, we would say this relationship means that the cause is industrial development or economic growth, and therefore, say, Mark Carney of the Bank of England, as well as the World Wildlife Fund directors, we need to deindustrialize, we need to depopulate. But if we look at a related graph, which does not cover just from 1880 to 2010, we see the following. It's in English, I apologize, but what we can see here is that this reaches the present beginning 10,000 years earlier. And the part that we just looked at, the previous graph, is this red line, dotted red line, which means that there has been an increase in temperature. However, if we extend this study to a longer cycle, the span of longer cycles, we see that there have always been ups and downs, and we must wonder if what is happening is a product of what the London bankers tell us, development, industrialization, growth, or if perhaps the cause of the phenomenon observed has to do with, say, where the Earth is located in relation to the solar system's movement through the galaxy, what cosmic rays reaching the Earth, what effect they may have, and perhaps may have a more significant effect in the phenomena observed instead of the cause as human development. This cause is not human development, and the correlation, and a possible correlation, is not the same as causality. As everyone knows, correlation can be established mathematically, but mathematics do not explain causality. For that, as Riemann said, we need to go to the physics of the process. We need to address the physics of the reason why things happen. One example, which is very useful, when Kepler observed that there were retrograde movements of the planets, such as that Mars seemed to be moving forward and then would back up and then go forward again. The mere observation could not explain it. There was a hypothesis required of actual causality and the theory of universal gravitation to explain the phenomena as observed and the discrepancies that appeared. This is merely to identify the perspective from which LaRouche addresses these issues. Now, solutions. BRICS. Let's talk about BRICS. In this map here, we can see the BRICS countries plus the BRICS plus, that is the 11 BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, China, South Africa are in green. This obviously represents a very important part of the human population. Here, excuse me. This is a graph which I put together a few days ago just to present the role of the BRICS plus, that is BRICS 11, and the world physical economy. You can see that total population here represents 46%, 50% of world wheat production is produced in the BRICS plus. Oil, prior to these new countries joining, it was at 22%, but now it's at 45, 46. Coal, 69% of all world production. Steel, 69. Where there is not a great share is in speculative stock markets, but that's fine. This is merely the basis on which a credit system can be built, which truly serves to promote not speculation, but production. We compare here from 2006 to 2016, one decade, credit issuance, whether productive or speculative, first in the transatlantic sector in red, in which all credit creation was speculative. It did not produce anything in terms of productive physical production. But in China, most credit was geared towards productive investment. What kind of productive activity? Well, this is the extent of countries in which the Chinese yuan is now a currency in use, which with great weight in terms of the solution, the implementation of the new financial, but the physical economic component is what really counts. And here it is the Chinese who have launched with the Belt and Road Initiative, what we in the Schiller Institute have called the World Land Bridge, which in fact we presented for the first time. Helga Zeppler-Rusch travels to China in 1996 to present this idea, the creation of infrastructure belts, particularly high-speed railways, planet-wide, to physically integrate the productive economies of these countries. This is a project which makes the Wall Street and the City of London people hysterical, and because it excludes them. If we look at what this development could mean for the countries of South America, we have these great projects, rail projects. The green ones are already existing, but the red ones are not yet there because of colonialism, which, as you know, the railways basically went from the mines to the ports for export purposes. And export for what? To import industrial goods? Oh, no. To export first, to pay foreign debt, and secondly, pay the debt. And after that, more debt payments, because debt has been paid over and over by this means. However, if we achieve physical economic integration, if with Chinese help, a bi-oceanic railway is built from Sao Paulo, whether through the northern route through Peru, Catalpa, and to the Pacific coast, or a southern route going through Bolivia, also connecting through to Chile, to the south of Peru. They're very important projects for the development and industrialization of the region. But let's talk now about the Caribbean basin. This is the key part of what we are talking about here. We not only require the mentioned railway belts, but China has also proposed maritime routes, which are indicated with the dotted blue lines, which are international trade, which presently goes through the Panama Canal, but requires, for the level of trade which will be brought about by the Belt and Road Initiative, once we take care of this Wall Street and City of London problem, there will Nicaragua Canal will be required, and other routes to expand the Panama Canal, and also the building industrial ports to transfer goods to other ports. Particularly, there is an excellent project for Ponce, Puerto Rico, as well as Mariel in Cuba. This is a Cuban government proposal. These would be projects of interest, of common interest, both for China as well as the countries in the region, as well as Wall Street-less United States. This benefits the industry, it benefits the trade unions, it benefits the population, because it means solving problems through economic growth. And I would like to particularly point out these points, these locations that are indicated with stars, which are Alcantara in Brazil and Kourou in French Guiana, which would be space centers that can be developed as centers for training the labor force of the entire region to achieve levels of qualification in high-level scientific and technological development, because ultimately it is this kind of development of the scientific and technological capabilities which determines the possibility of sovereign development of these nations. I finish now with the easy part. This has been the difficult part, the physical economy, but the easy part is the financial and monetary components. There are many debates and extended, because they are not based on the established concept that a financial international and national system needs to be based on physical economics. What is required? Well, in the case of the BRICS discussion, a new currency needs to be established, not to substitute national currency, but that to serve as an accounting currency and also for investment in these great projects, particularly the new development bank within BRICS, which is headed by Dilma Rousseff, is issuing bonds in the national currency of member countries. This was just done with the South African rand, and also in China with the yuan, and so forth, to issue credit for the projects of the Belt and Road Initiative. But these cannot be dollar credits. This is also that sanctions have shown that this doesn't work. Having dollars right now is a bad deal. We need to have currencies that reinforce national sovereignty and with capital control and to avoid capital flight and international speculation. That's point one. Point two is fixed exchange rates among the national currencies of countries participating in this system, and as well as the new BRICS currency, in order to count on predictable effects to know exactly what is happening, because floating exchange rates have thrown the whole international system into disarray. And in third place, investment projects need to be identified which truly increase potential relative population density of every country. We need to grow a productive economy. Issuing credit is not inflationary if it is geared towards productive investment. If it's speculative investment, it is absolutely inflationary, and that is what is happening now. So the new system that we are talking about, this new economic and financial and security architecture, with the BRICS initiative spearheading this unique capacity that the human species has of applying creativity to limitless technological and scientific progress. If we promote that capability, if we do a transition from the medieval system that we have to a new renaissance in which man as a being capable of performing these creative advances becomes the basis and foundation of this new architecture. Thank you so much for your attention, and I am available for any comments or clarifications. Yes, the director for Ibero-American Affairs of the Schiller Institute, as well as Executive Intelligence Review, which was founded in 1974 by Lyndon LaRouche. Dennis was born in the United States, but lived as a young man for 14 years in Mexico. He's a graduate of Swarthmore College in Pennsylvania, United States, with high honors in economics and philosophy. He has traveled to nearly every country in Ibero-America and has lectured on various topics in economics and international politics. He is a co-author of various books, including The New Silk Road Becomes the World Land Bridge, Dope Incorporated, and Ibero-American Integration. He was a political prisoner along with Lyndon LaRouche and other comrades of the movement. He was incarcerated for 2 years in a federal prison, for crimes that, like LaRouche, he never committed. So we now will go into a period of questions and answers. We will be addressing questions first from our Central and South American participants, and then we will move to questions from the Zoom. Rafael Diaz, if you would like to make your question, go ahead. Yes, thank you. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you for sharing these very interesting facts regarding that evolution of international economic performance from this point of view. It seems to me very illustrative. In the second place, it is also very interesting that your reference sources that somehow and at some level inform the analysis. And thirdly, there are two matters that strike me. And I think that we must agree on a search of the global problems. The world cannot continue the way it has been going, because it simply cannot be. But two things that really strike me of everything you mentioned. One is that indeed we can discuss scientifically the relevance to the product of the effect of human activities, productive activities in global warming. And indeed, global warming may result from a cosmological, planetary, geological process. And then in other, we have also had climate change periods in the world, and perhaps as extreme as the current one, regardless of the issue of biosphere degradation, which includes aspects which go beyond the issue of climate change, which indeed is what the social sciences report takes as a foundation. But there is also the distinction of species, which for some scientists, they say, well, we are in the sixth. We don't know how many there may have been, but we are in a massive extinction event. Species extinction, that is, biodiversity is at risk. And it would seem that in this case, it does have to do with anthropogenic activities. There is also a global pollution problem, the issue that there are 5 great plastic spots in our oceans where water, where currents carry waste, is just one of the examples that can be made. And if we, in the end, present an analysis of global pollution, it is concerning, aside from other issues such as access to potable water, and the fact that certain technologies, of course, you present a very clear, for instance, mineral extraction causes environmental, dramatic environmental damage, which is very difficult to remedy. So the environmental issue goes beyond climate change. The solutions that are proposed and which are being considered together as a solution to this, it seems to me that speaking of climate change, yes, indeed, it could be natural, but the environmental problem is not limited to that. The other issue that might also be very interesting to consider is that we speak of the limits to growth that the Club of Rome at that time are somehow a precursor to the World Economic Forum. They practically set the limit that if technology continued to expand, that is to apply more intense technology in certain, would lead to a planetary collapse, or that somehow this prediction has come true. Indeed, a technological revolution may occur and attempt to reduce certain aspects of pollution, but there are many sides of this transformation which are not underway. Growth is difficult for me if it will continue to harm the environment. And the other problem is, which the social sciences report also takes up, is the problem of growing inequality of the quality of human life, and a inequality which reaches extremes, of course, to the extent of canceling entire populations. So what proposals are there for that, from that point of view? What proposals do you have? Thank you, Rafael. Dennis, we have another question. I'm not sure if you would like to answer this first one first, and or add Dinora's question, as you prefer. Dinora, just please go ahead and ask your question. Yes, I think it complements, or perhaps you can deal with both questions complementarily, because I am somewhat concerned with the approach of this construction of a new architecture, because I was referring to a new architecture in international bodies such as the United Nations and other organizations with that scope. But based on the presentation that we have just heard, which is very interesting, I see that it is a global architecture for rebuilding society, or rebuilding a new civilizational model for humanity. Why? Because our panelist places at the core the issue of reviewing who is the sovereign of, not as liberalism tells us that the sovereignty resides in the people to carry out elections and participatory processes, which ultimately are decided by us. But in this regard, to go back to this idea that sovereignty does in fact reside in the population, but it would have to be a well-informed and well-organized population, because I refer to what happens in Argentina. Argentina is a very resource-rich country, but with a very deep crisis. In what occurs, that the population votes for proposals of greater privatization, that is, greater exploitation of its natural resources. And this answer of a new architecture needs that, a acting protagonist, which is a people with greater information. And this requires a new pedagogic method of an approach to civil society. Those are my concerns, which are brought about by the professor's presentation, and I thank you very much. And if you could further clarify. Well, thank you, Dennis. Yes, go ahead. Of course, yes. Well, I do agree with what Dinoras was saying, that the basis to build an international architecture, both financial and security-wise, something which is appropriate to the dignity of the human being, requires as a basis a sovereign, educated population able to participate in this process. I think that President Xi Jinping in China is speaking of something similar when he says that we need to move towards a model which is not a zero-sum game, but a win-win situation in which everyone can advance, not the law of the jungle that Hobbes or Hume or Locke or all of the liberals from the British school maintain, that one person's gain is another person's loss, but rather what is which is actually what we have in our current situation system. But there can be an economic, financial, and philosophical system in which the well-being of your neighbor is in fact the basis of economic relationships. And this is so because man, unlike other animal species, is endowed with that creative capability, which allows man to act in a way that realizes advances not just for himself and his country, but the world as a whole. So I do agree in that regard that sovereignty requires a well-informed and organized population, absolutely, no doubt. Now, as far as some of the other issues that Rafael has brought up, it is absolutely much more than the issue of global warming. It has to do with the relationship between man and nature that surrounds him. The most polluting thing, the most degrading thing for the environment are precisely past technologies, that is biomass combustion. If you want to see if you want to know what's happening in the Amazon basin, that's the problem. Whereas technological advances are always able, if properly implemented, to take into account precisely the development of man within the natural environment. Why? Because nature itself is not simply some fixed structure with limited objects. For instance, the issue of water or energy. But let's talk about water. There is an existing amount of water in country X. All you can do, supposedly, is to transfer water from one basin to another, which has been done with canals, and for centuries now. Some of the great projects internationally have been performed this way, and that's positive. However, man, unlike other species, is able to make drinking water, potable water, and there are various ways to do it. The first one is desalination, of course. In Saudi Arabia, they have the biggest desalination plant in the planet. They don't have their own water. They have to make it. They are desalinating seawater. However, if we really want to desalinate water in a large scale to develop an entire geographical regions, we need to move on to nuclear energy, because you need amounts of energy truly on a scale sufficient to produce potable water. Other experiments, which are very interesting, have been performed with stratospheric ionization, which is not merely rain seeding, but something further advanced. We don't know yet if it will work or not, but it is a research line that is very interesting, because it turns out, according to scientific studies, that there is more water in the stratosphere than on the surface of the planet, except that it is in a form that cannot be used. So man is able to think through these issues and reach solutions. Now, the issue of environmental degradation, decline, waste, for instance, the use of natural resources, coal, copper, whatever, through the development of fusion energy, which is a further advanced stage beyond current fission nuclear energy, which splits subatomic particles, but through fusion, subatomic particles are fused, and the Chinese are making great progress. For instance, the raw resources for this are tritium and deuterium, which exist in seawater. And one of the ideal fuels for this would be helium-3, which is found mostly on the moon. And therefore, the Chinese have, as one of their main goals of the lunar project, is to use helium-3, which is very scarce on the Earth's surface, to be able to produce great amounts of energy. And if you this energy is produced through fusion, there are no radioactive waste or the other problems that arise from the use of fission. And the energy flux density is great, is orders of magnitude greater. Now the fusion torch, which does exist on the engineering concept level, but has not yet been implemented, we can separate matter electromagnetically. That is, one can produce coal without having coal initially, or diamonds, or gold. because the fusion process itself allows an electromagnetic separation through the entire periodic table. These are simply a few of the ideas in which this can and must be approached. Species extinction, if you look at history of the entire planet, it is never a history of balance. It is always a process of change and progress. First of all, in the biosphere, and species changes. Dinosaurs disappeared. Why? Because other species appeared which were more efficient. Mammals, both as to their way of handling energy and other aspects as well. The entire history of the biosphere itself, and let us not even address the noosphere, which is human creative activity, are a history not of balance or stasis, but progress in an imbalance, which is dynamically progressing towards ever higher stages of energy flux density. Man, endowed with the capability of using reason, is able to make these advances occur to the benefit of man, to the benefit of the planet. We are gardeners of this garden, and we need to care for our garden on top of everything. Another alternative is to establish or accept as a basic axiom that we live in a world of fixed resources, that it is only possible to exhaust the existing level, and that man is essentially a predator, necessarily leads, perhaps involuntarily, but it leads people to accept the premises of Malthusianism and the Club of Rome. And just as a final point, as a historical fact, the Club of Rome, these were not expert scholars or mathematicians. This was a NATO operation. The founders of the Club of Rome was Mr. King was a founder of NATO, and also Aurelio Peccei. They formulated this whole model with a mathematical scheme that would lead to a solution that they already predetermined, that would lead necessarily to freezing technology and keeping the world backwards. Of course, all of their predictions turned out to be false, as all Malthusian predictions always turn out to be, because man is not what Malthus says. Man is not what Hobbes says. Man is endowed with the capacity to do good through creativity and love of neighbor, which is so many visions and faiths are based on, is based on that unique capability of the human species. So I know this does not resolve all of your concerns, and it is a very open field, and we hope to be able to continue developing this area of discussion. Indeed, Dennis, thank you very much. We will now open the floor to participants on Zoom. We see a number of hands raised. I'd like to read a question, Dennis, that Mr. George says. He doesn't say where he's from, but the question is, can the United States tolerate a collective BRICS currency? That is what George asks. And his second question, how can the United States undermine this project? And those are George's two questions. There are several raised hands that we will bring in later. There is another question from Salvador Nasser on Zoom, and it says, good afternoon, I'm reading it. It is a very complex analysis, which is explained in a very understandable manner. And my question is, the understanding of complex critical thinking that has just been presented is a reality that needs to be seen through the eyes of how we wish to see them. I think that this is from the standpoint of physics, as Lenin is accused of in defining his revolution. Because I bring this up because there is a coincidence. We are at the limits of science, in which explanations cannot be provided for the phenomena before us. If there is no essential understanding of the various dimensions that were incorporated into this analysis of the world system, the following question was in French from Canard Noan. The question: who are behind all of the wars that threaten humanity? Those are the 4 questions we have, Dennis. There are others further ahead that I can read later. Okay, well, we had already seen this question in writing and had answered previously. It has just been translated from French, but I also see what is on the Zoom platform, if you allow me. An Argentinian participant, Graciela Barcela, has raised her hand, and I'm mentioning it because I know that you cannot see the Zoom platform from where you are, and perhaps we can allow her also to add her question once I answer these other questions that you have just brought up. George's questions are about whether the BRICS currency is against the interests of the United States, or if the United States would oppose resistance. Well, we here must ask ourselves the key question. Many presenters, I would say that all of us have alluded to this. What is the United States? Which United States? Wall Street United States, or the United States that of the U.S. people's interest? The main banks of the United States, or those Americans who were protesting against genocide in Gaza at the Grand Central Station that was mentioned by another friend? The national interest of the United States coincides fully with the interests of the BRICS and the Belt and Road Initiative. I, as an American, and I have been dedicated to political activity in my country precisely to convince a population that is not very well informed. All they do is watch TV and play video games, but they need to, they're too busy with all of that to see the strategic picture. But the fact is that progress in this idea of a new currency is exactly what the United States needs. In fact, I would say the following. The United States, if we understand that the dollar today has become the Wall Street dollar, speculation dollar, and not the dollar of national economy of the United States, not Lincoln's greenback, not Hamilton's dollar, the interest of the United States is also in de-dollarization, in the sense that we need to separate our economy from the speculative dollar, just like the countries of the global South need to establish exchange controls and capital controls. What is required in the United States is the equivalent of that, which is known as the Glass-Steagall law, which is a law that was proclaimed by Franklin Roosevelt in the 40s, which completely separates the speculative activity of banks from productive. Actually, unfortunately, that law was canceled in 1999, and this led to serious speculative issues. So the national interest of the United States does lie with the new BRICS currency, with the Bridge and Road Initiative, and the de-dollarization of Wall Street. So we share those interests. As far as what Salvador said, I would just like to state my disagreement. There are no limits to science. The science of human knowledge has no limit, because we never arrive at a perfect concept of what the universe is, because the universe itself is also in a process of creation. Man knows very, very little so far. We are, there are billions, trillions of galaxies. We know nothing. We are mere beginners, but science has made progress to the degree in which we correlate the knowledge of man with his identity in that creative process. So I feel that there is great headroom for the necessary development of science. And the reason I'm optimistic is that man has demonstrated that he is endowed with this capability that distinguishes him from any other species. This might be seen as a religious theory by some, but it is also empirical, because only man has achieved fundamental changes, dramatic leaps in potential relative population density with no biological changes. These have been achieved purely through the action of ideas, concepts, science, technology. Therefore, this is limitless. I'm not sure if I understood the part of Lenin, but I believe that Lenin shared somehow, from his own Marxist perspective, a very similar idea, because Lenin, of all the leaders of Bolshevism at that time, was absolutely a voluntarist. He was convinced that man, if acting in a bold scientific way, could change these circumstances, and he flipped the game several times. But they sent him back in a train because they thought that he could cancel him. But I think that Lenin, if we set aside certain other important differences, does agree with the LaRouche's perspective. Now, I'm not sure, Bolivar, if you think that we can let Graciela have a word for her question. Yes, yes, Graciela, and I see someone else on Zoom, Osvaldo Hunica, who also raised his. Yes, let's hear them. Not a problem. And I also have a written question that has come in. Okay, fine, very well. So let's hear Graciela. Graciela, I think we have cleared you. Oh, and there's someone else, Ibrahim Diallo, is also trying to raise his hand. Ibrahim Diallo, Graciela. Graciela, you need to unmute your microphone. I think I managed to unmute. In fact, my question had to do with the panel in which we were discussing information capitalism. I'm in Argentina, and we were going through a unique experience, just as revolutionary processes in Brazil took place primarily through alternative media and are measured in social media terms. We are wondering here, on the basis of the campaign about rational democratic proposals, we are wondering if we must indeed have to change the tools of communication and, in fact, the discourse itself. Can you hear me? Yes, we hear you. Okay, so in fact, the content itself, because this sector has been abandoned by the state in large part due to lack of initiative over a recent period. There was an attempt to redistribute income, which is the policy of peronism, and which is the strongest. But there's a large section of the population that is suffering these consequences. It has been announced that the investment funds and so forth are all related to the growth of the drug traffic. The sound is not very clear. I apologize. The Massa campaign engaged ideologues who were not successful. So Argentina was not able to undertake the socialist path or the greater nation approach. We cannot go back to old Peronism. A narrative has developed based on Lacan analysis, which is based on the death function. The population doesn't understand anything. There is a word here, a dollar, which is it is a mirage that many are persuaded. So they say dollars, they speak this way. So if we need to change the narrative, Argentina has not, it seems to me that Argentina should join a process like the LaRouche plan, but we are told that Argentina may join BRICS. This we hear from someone who is very close to the negotiations, but how do we communicate this to the population? Because there is no, this cannot be in the long term. This needs to be in the short term. That is, how can we reverse this network, this mode of communications with the young voters, with to pull them to our side. That is how to shift the narrative and how to change the reasoning, the application to BRICS. In fact, Peronist leaders, very intelligent people, the conversations about the BRICS and the world, it had not even occurred. They had not even thought that there was an alternative, an exit ramp among these forces. Which is, we need to open up a new approach to this concept. That would be my. Well, Bolivar, I don't know if you would like to add a few more questions from your side. Yes, there are several questions here that are being made. I will read them. There is a question that says, Dennis, could you please evaluate specific steps that the governments of our region are taking to in favor of the Belt and Road Initiative? That's one question. And then there's another one from Francisco Diaz. And he says, one of the people who raised their hand sent this following written question. Francisco Diaz Sierra. Dennis, the great concern that obsesses me is that the further development of humanity following the BRICS model in the multipolar world and the world maritime bridge uniting all continents, in my opinion, is not enough to overcome cultural barriers, especially religious ones. We are seeing this very clearly with Islam, that even if economic development is pursued, this does not lead to overcoming the religious prejudices and medieval orientation. The clearest example is the Islamization of Europe in countries like France, Holland, Netherlands, Denmark, Sweden are being dragged into a crisis, a social crisis. Cultural barriers are absolutely unbreachable. And he adds the land and ocean bridge. We greet them. We greet you from Spain. These are the two questions we have for now. Three questions, actually. Okay. I think that the Graciela's and Paco's questions can be joined together to a degree. Cultural differences are not unreachable. They may seem unsolvable, and the wish of international oligarchy is to convince us that they are unsolvable. But as President Lula said, as well as Xi Jinping, and also President Ramaphosa at the latest BRICS summit in South Africa from 22nd, 24th of August, it is precisely these cultural differences that exist between members of the BRICS which give it strength, not weakness, because unity of groups with differences, each with its own history and civilization, bring to the discussion a very special contribution, which together with all the others can bring about a solution. So the problem of Europe is not Islamization. The problem of Europe is its submission to the ideas of Wall Street and the City of London. Brussels is simply the ventriloquist's puppet run from London. Rather, there is a possibility that through a dialogue of civilizations, not the clash of civilizations that was stated by Samuel Huntington. And in parentheses, I need to mention this, the author of that idea of clash of civilizations was not Samuel Huntington. He simply was a conveyor of this nefarious concept. Who the originator of this idea was a British public officer known called Bernard Lewis, who designed what he called the Bernard Lewis plan in the 40s and 50s, who worked with the British Foreign Ministry and British intelligence. It is he who developed that idea, with the idea of promoting precisely such discrepancies between civilizations to create an ungovernable chaos. And it is he who designed the strategy that we see in motion today in the Middle East of trying to create fragmentation of religions and groups and manipulations to drag people into these types of fruitless fights. Someone who addressed this in a very explicit way was the great philosopher and scientist of the 15th century, Cardinal Nicholas of Cusa, who developed the concept of the coincidence of opposites, which is not a matter of, well, let's meet halfway. No, it is not the idea of social contrasts of Rousseau, anything like that, or the Enlightenment. It is a far superior idea, which is the idea that when there are contradictions at a certain level of statement of the problem, a solution needs to be developed at a higher level, in which the solution resolves all the contradictions of all the parts. It is this concept, for instance, that requires that security has to be indivisible. The security of one country cannot be at the expense of some other country's security. And Kusa develops this in great detail and depth. And it is the basis upon which we need to build the necessary conceptual framework for this security and development architecture. Now, this brings me to Graciela's question. Obviously, the frustration of the great defeat that we suffered, not just Argentinians, all of us suffer this defeat because it will affect the strategic situation. But the point here is that it's clear. Optimism, I think there has to be a new means of communication, but this will not come out of technical modifications or anything like that. The issue is how our ideas communicated that the population needs to solve a problem, even if they don't know what the solution actually is. It's a problem because the great majority of people do not have a solution. And I also would agree here with Lenin, where the democratic vote does not necessarily lead to the truth. There has to be freedom. There has to be direction. There has to be education. Solutions need to be provided. So I could recommend, and this is very briefly because we are running out of time. This is, I believe, and it has been demonstrated, or I know this from political work that I have carried out over decades, that people become more intelligent and are capable of understanding deeper ideas about what is occurring in the world and what they need to do when they feel a little bit of optimism, when they are in a state of pessimism in which nothing works and everything is bad. This pessimism itself leads to anti-human attitudes. They attack the neighbor, they attack themselves, they commit economicide. Pessimism is not the natural state of the human being, but under current conditions, it is very difficult to see an international situation without falling into pessimism. This would be the case if we didn't have a notion of how to solve it. And I think that the organizing work with people in the universities, on the street, with the trade unions and businesses needs to be grounded in the communication of the concept of a solution. Because when people begin to get an idea of a solution, even if they don't understand it in depth, even if they don't get every detail, but if they begin to think, wow, this might work, that itself leads to the kind of optimism that facilitates intelligence and creativity. Pessimism is contagious and dangerous. Optimism is also contagious, but it leads to solutions. Therefore, what a single person does, a small group of people, can have a multiplying effect 1,000,000 times greater than whatever than that of people who can only hear their own voice. This is the principle of political leadership at times of great social crises. And I think that what all of us share here, that who are present here, is to assume this kind of leadership, because our responsibility goes far beyond a small group of people that we are directly in touch with, and our responsibility leads us to find and solutions and organize and awaken in our neighbor this creative spark that we are all endowed with, which will ease a different understanding. Many people may wonder, well, how can it be possible, the Argentinians, well, how can it be possible that the German population voted for Hitler, and they did vote? Hitler was democratically elected. So how can it be that the United States has tolerated McCarthyism? How could we tolerate Bush, Obama, both Republicans and Democrats? The population votes them in. it is a deep pessimism because they do not see other options. So the role of us who sometimes feel that we are crying in the desert, well, it is the desert until we irrigate it. Let's irrigate it. Let's spread ideas and make the desert grow. Thank you, Dennis. We have three questions. Osvaldo Krenica, Ibrahim Diallo, and Herrera. I'm not sure if you can see them there, or do you need our help to? And I'm also reminding you that we're running out of time, and if the questions can be made in a brief way, so that we can make the best use of time, we can so that we can then proceed with the next portion. Gabriela, if you are there, or Dennis, if you can hear us. Well, Osvaldo already made a question respectfully. I believe that we need to give other people. Ibrahim Diallo and Humberto Herrera. Two brief questions, please, so that we can wrap it up. Ibrahim Diallo, if you would unmute your microphone, please. Or he may write it on in the chat window. I guess not. No, it's couldn't do it. Okay. Then the last question will be from Humberto Herrera, and then we move to closing, if you agree. Agreed, Dennis. Yes. Humberto Herrera, go ahead. Humberto, we can't hear you. Okay, hello. My question is, in times of Jesus, the Pharisees are today the ones represented in the Zionist genocidal government of Israel? Well, thank you for such a brief question, but it is very complicated. In a certain sense, that's the discussion that Helga undertook a little while back in her discussion of the role of Israel. So I will answer that and also add a couple of words in closing. The matter of Israel, 2 points. If we if we go back to 1947, 48 and say that all of that was a British creation, which it was, and they set up a mess deliberately. But if at this stage of the game we were to attempt going back to solving border issue and political issues at a time in which we are going through a financial collapse with the current danger of nuclear war, we would just be stepping into the trap of those who want to drag us into this kind of distraction from solving the fundamental political problem. This is what the British specialize in. They set up the issue of Israel, Palestine, India, Pakistan, dividing it deliberately with among different, setting geographical limits across known ethnic and population. Also, presently, the issue of Venezuela, Guyana, Peru, Bolivia, all of these are important problems which cannot be solved under conditions of a systemic collapse and danger of nuclear war. To try to resolve these issues politically under current conditions is to it leads to precisely the type of conflict that Wall Street and the City of London are hoping for. We need to go back to that and solve it, but under conditions of a world in growth and peace, without the problems of Wall Street and the City of London, in which these issues can be dealt with in the context of growth. And today, the role of Israel and Zionism is exactly what Helga was stating. Zionism is a creation of the British Foreign Ministry. It is the product of what they created. It is very different from Jewish religion. This is why there are so many Jews in the United States who oppose very vehemently to what Netanyahu is doing, and they oppose Zionism. But the problem is not Judaism. The problem is in this British creation. They set up Israel, as Helga said, because the expression, of course, came from Lyndon LaRouche many years ago, to make Israel into a hand grenade that could be thrown whenever they needed it. The idea, if you would please turn off a microphone that is interfering there. The idea that Netanyahu is doing all of this of his own accord is nonsense. Netanyahu is receiving weapons, constantly receiving weapons from the United States, is getting high power bombs, and has received not only a green light, but in fact, systematic aid from Washington to carry out this genocide. The United States could stop this in a moment if they chose to. And the statements that have come out from the US government that, oh, please, oh, yes, of course, genocide, yeah, but not so much. It's tone it down. It is a free translation of what they're simply arising as a result of political pressure. I would refer you to an evaluation that came out as a result of an article in CNN, which usually lies, but they published something interesting. They said that what US sources have said that the United States had told Netanyahu a week ago that he only had until January to wrap up this phase of the war in Gaza, because after that, world opposition could grow to the point that he might have to reduce the level of intensity of the war. In other words, Washington's message is, go ahead, but do it quick, because we can't hold them back anymore with this growing pressure. We can't be a buffer. On the one hand, this was horrifying. The fact that the intention they have is to erase from the face of the earth 2.3 million human beings. And that is the intention. But it also shows us that political pressure, the political mobilization, has had a result. It's having an effect. Not what we need. We have not been able to stop the genocide, but it has had an effect. And this means that we need to increase the mobilization. We need to mobilize in every country. We need to hit the streets. We need to pressure our political representatives in every country in any way possible, raising our voices, because this has to stop. This needs to stop. And obviously, one of the conditions to do that is that it has to be immediate. The long-term solution would require the kind of economic development that LaRouche stated in his Oasis plan, which has to do with this entire economic approach that we have been developing. So on the one hand, we have a policy based on fundamental changes of the nature of man, of returning to the Renaissance idea of what man truly is, which is present in every religion. Every one of them shares this basic concept, but at the same time, we need to mobilize in the short term to immediately stop this genocide and guarantee that it does not drag us into a state of nuclear war that would put an end to the entire limitless potential that the human species has. So I thank the friends and colleagues from Critical Thought have offered us all for this kind of discussion, with the idea that we should be able to further develop this in the future. Let us continue, and with the rest of the conversations to take place this weekend. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dennis. So kind. Excellent conference and answers to questions from participants over Zoom and Google. We still have a few left over. Unfortunately, we did run out of time, but we will be continuing at 2 in the afternoon, our time. The next session, the afternoon session, will continue. We will have a break now, and we will move on to the fourth presentation on alternatives to the unipolar domination of the United States by Donald Ramotar, former president of Guyana. And we will then close with the Silk Road of China versus the Benjamin Netanyahu's Silk Road that he presented on September 23rd. I'm not sure, Dennis, will you want to take a recess? The program says 2 o'clock, but we're kind of running a little over. I don't know if you would like to move that. We want to make sure that everyone can join us. So we've been speaking. I would suggest, if everybody agrees, that we meet again, come back together at 2:15. That is adding 15 minutes to the lunch break, so that we can begin with President Ramotar at 2:15. And let me clarify, 2:15 Nicaraguan time, 3:15 Washington time, and whatever other times in other regions in Europe would be 6:15. So basically a 45-minute lunch break. Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. We'll see you at 2:15 Nicaraguan time, 3:15 Washington time. Thank you, everyone.
We will continue with our international conference, the new architecture, international architecture. Right now, we will present Mr. Donald Ramotar, former president of Guyana, and he was going to speak about the alternative to the unipolar system. I would like to add of his biography, and we will add his biography. It says, Mr. Ramotar was born in 1950. He studied economics at the University of Guyana, and he joined the PPP party in 1968. And he became General Secretary in 1997 of SASH until 2013. He worked in the trade union movement in Guyana since 1970 and was a member of the parliament from 1992 to 2011. He became president of Guyana in November of 2011 until May 2015. He's married and he has 3 adult children. That's the biography of the following speaker, Mr. Donald Ramotar, former president of Guyana. Now you can start. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And let me say how much I enjoyed the discussions that went before me and the profound presentations and the questions and answers was extremely useful. I would say that we live in a world full of contradictions. On the one hand, we see that the international situation is deteriorating every day. Conflicts are fairly widespread in different parts of the world, with some threatening to expand into whole regions and even to become global conflicts. And 2 of those that are uppermost in my mind as I speak here is the situation in Ukraine and the situation in the Gaza. These 2, I think, are the 2 most dangerous situations at this point in time. For some time now, there is a definite undermining of the international institutions. Many important bodies are facing a credibility problem. This has been clearer in recent times. It has been happening for some time now. You remember Netanyahu embarrassed President Obama when he went to Washington and addressed the joint Congress and Senate, and he had big ovation and so forth. That is why this morning I asked, I wondered if Israel was taking over the United States government, and he embarrassed several other US presidents. And now he's doing, although they're talking about trying to create some type of humanitarian corridors to give people something to eat before they kill them, he's still not even accepting those types of positions. And some of the international institutions, let's take for instance the international court, the court, they put a charge on President Putin. What was his crime? His crime was to try to take children out of a war zone, to put them into safety, and to prevent them from being injured. Here in Gaza, every day, every 10 minutes, a child is killed by Israeli bombs. And more than 2 children are wounded, sometimes very seriously, even often losing their limbs. And yet the international court, criminal court, is making absolutely no move, or they're just dragging their feet, pretending that they're making an investigation. And Mr. Khan, the prosecutor, has been walking around in Israel, but so far no charges have been made against these people who are murdering innocent civilians every day. Now, as I think as we speak, more than 17,000 are already dead and more than 40,000 injured. The whole issue is very clear to me that they want to push the Palestinian people outside of the Gaza. The United Nations is being undermined and being seen as being ineffective. And that only yesterday, we saw that no less a person than the Secretary General of the United Nations going to the Security Council expressing the seriousness of the situation that exists in Gaza, but we find that the United States have sided with the fascist regime in Israel to veto that motion there. And in doing so, they are gradually undermining the United Nations itself. They are only using these bodies when it suits them, the decisions of those bodies when they suit them, and when they don't suit them, they disregard it for everyone else. In fact, I will go back to say that the International Criminal Court seems to have been created to try people from the third world, particularly from Africa, and from people from the former socialist countries. We see they now charge President Putin and before the president of Serbia. Indeed, morality has been lost and thousands of civilians are dying on an industrial scale in the Gaza by Israeli forces. The United States, which in the 1970s had human rights as the main pillar of their foreign policy, beginning with President Carter, is now supplying most of the weapons to Israel to allow it to continue the genocide and the ethnic cleansing that is taking place before our very, very eyes. Almost 90% of the population had their homes destroyed. And somebody this morning made a comparison with what happened in Stalingrad. This is even worse than what's happening in Stalingrad because it's so densely populated and everybody now is practically living on the streets or wherever they can find some little shelters to hide themselves. The human suffering is very great, almost beyond imagination of a sane mind. Food is being used as a weapon. Starvation is a weapon against the people to try to drive them out of their homeland so that they can seize more of the Palestinian lands. Water is not being given to them. The water is contaminated that they have to use. Sanitation is almost not available. In fact, 2 weeks into the attacks, the Israeli attacks on the Gaza, I saw an interview with a doctor, an American doctor who came out of the Gaza, and she said at that time there were 4 toilets to 50,000 persons. That is but 1 toilet for 12,500 people, and the situation has gotten far worse since that time. The danger of disease is stark. And we're even hearing now the World Health Organization saying that an outbreak of disease can very well kill more people than the bombs that Israel is dropping on the Gaza Strip at this point in time. And that is probably a deliberate intention of the Israelis. Hospitals and schools, there is absolutely no place where people can go to and not to expect bombs to fall on them. This shows a total disregard for human life. What is clearly important for the United States and NATO and their NATO allies is the need to dominate the world, the need to bend international laws to their own ends. If they can't do that, then they totally disregard it or break it completely. They need to dominate the world because they want to use the resources to enhance their own wealth. The rich are the driving force in this global objectives. Note how it is getting worse while the concentration of wealth becomes even more. Every time that the concentration of wealth becomes even more acute and skewed in favor of the rich. For instance, the 0.1% owning more wealth than the 50% of the world's population. And as this becomes more acute, the attacks on people and the attacks on, and then the frequency of conflicts and war are increasing. It is in the nature of the capitalist state to disregard everything or to destroy anything that puts any kind of limitation on their wealth or the possibility of them making more money. Allow me to quote an old trade unionist from the 19th century, T.J. Dunning, who was a British trade unionist, who captured, in my view, the very essence, the very nature of the capitalist class when he wrote, and I quote, this is how he described them. And I have not seen a better description of the nature of the capitalist. He said, capital is said by a quarterly review to fly turbulence and strife and to be timid, which is very true. But this is very incompletely stating this question. Capital eschews no profit or very small profit, just as nature was formerly said to abhor a vacuum. With adequate profit, capital is very bold. A certain 10% will ensure its employment anywhere. 20% certain will produce eagerness. 50% positive audacity. 100% will make it ready to trample on all human laws. 300%, and there is not a crime in which it will scruple, nor a risk it will not run, even to the chance of its owner being hanged. If turbulence and strife will bring profit, it will freely encourage both. Smuggling and the slave trade have amply proved all of this is here stated. This is done in writing in the 19th century about the nature of capitalism, and the rate of profit has increased tremendously, and the polarization of wealth and poverty has become even more stark. And that is why we have many of the problems in the world that we have today. This explains the attitude of the ruling class towards our world and the crisis of global warming. For instance, the crisis of global warming caused by oil companies and other misuse of our environment. But oil companies knew of this since in the 1970s and have done everything to prevent and to stop anyone from doing anything about this great danger that the whole world is being put to, because they feel that that will affect their profits. We know also about the cigarette companies. They knew too that their product was causing cancer and killing people, yet they fought tooth and nail to do what they please. And recently, we saw the drug company with the COVID-19 pandemic, where they were making billions and billions of dollars in trying to get vaccine. And that is what drives them to war, because the need for them to constantly increase profit. Alongside the trend is alongside this trend of practical destruction, another trend is arising. China's new approach to international relations is capturing the imagination of more and more people. The growing unity of countries that refuse to give up their sovereignty, that formed themselves into the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And now that body, as we were told this morning, is expanding even more. These countries, particularly China and Russia, are focal point for attacks by the West. They are trying to create a different type of international relation based on the principles of peaceful coexistence. And as the Chinese say, that their foreign policy is geared on a win-win situation where whatever efforts and assistance they give to countries will help to develop their capacities, and they will create better conditions for them to do international trade and trading with China. Moreover, they have been responding to attacks of the West, as the West tries to weaken and to stymie their progress by the use of economic sanctions on these countries. And sanctions of the NATO and the US on Russia and China have accelerated the birth of this emerging new system. Indeed, in the case of Russia, the sanctions have forced it to really look at their real economy and forced it to adopt measures to strengthen sovereignty by transforming the economy. While oil continues to play a very important role in its economy, it is reducing its dependence on oil and looking more and more at manufacturing and at high-tech industries. They have gone a very far way from the time of the Soviet Union, when they were importing grains from the United States and Argentina, to now being a net exporter of grains to the world. On the other hand, China's economy has become very resilient and able to overcome the negative impacts of the United States sanctions. This was demonstrated recently when the United States put a ban on the export of chips, microchips, to the high-tech industry, which the West had a monopoly of. But we see that that has not had the impact that they hope it would have had, as China has been developing products where even ahead of the Western technology at this point in time. So in a way, it was not a desire, it was not one of the outcomes that they planned, but their sanctions have helped to accelerate the birth or at least the contours of a new system that is evolving in our world. The major difference today of the position of China and Russia towards the attempts of the West to isolate, to attack, and to stymie their progress is that in the past, both these countries adopted a very isolationist type of position. In order to protect their economy, they thought that the best thing to do was to isolate themselves and try to, in that way, to try to reduce the influence of the West on their economies. But we see that that didn't work. In many ways, it didn't work. And China, for instance, from 1978 has demonstrated that the way forward is not isolation, but more engagement with the international community and to be more involved. And Russia has adopted that same position now, and they continue to try to integrate and to link with the world. Because when they had isolated themselves in the past, they had suffered greatly. Learning from these countries are refusing to be isolated. They're not. Instead, they are now both opening up more and more and to other countries, creating an alternative path, not only for themselves, but opening possibilities for the developing countries to see another path of development. The new type of relations is captured by China's position in creating what I just spoke about, the win-win situation. The Belt and Road Initiative is based on this principle and focus on building infrastructure to facilitate rapid economic growth of the world's economy, because China strongly, they have recognized very early that their prosperity is linked to the international community and their prosperity is linked to having peace in the world. This has created more and more room for developing countries to operate and to lessen their dependence on the international relations which the West has been controlling for a very long time. Most exciting in this regard is the possibility of bringing into being a new international currency that for international trade, instead of totally relying on the dollar, and where it gives the West, particularly the United States, the power of weaponizing the dollar and using it as an instrument for stopping the growth of other countries. That a new currency, a new alternative currency, if that comes about, and we know there's a lot of talk about that, and this coming year, Russia will become the chairman of the BRICS, and we know that they have very strong feelings about getting a new trading currency, and quite possible that this period can see an acceleration of that process where we can have a new type of trading relations, or put it another way, for countries like ours, given a possibility of having more than one, the reliance of more than one currency from which we can trade from. Apart from that, some of the measures that are being used in trading with each other's own currency is having a tremendous impact and easing some of the burdens that third world countries sometimes face when they have problems with foreign currency, particularly with the United States dollar. This situation is creating a lot of concern in the West. They are trying to protect their ability to dominate the world using every means possible, every means that they can use in order to maintain their position and not to lose their position. That is why they are making problems, as much as problems that they can with China, and as much problem as they can with Russia. We spoke about sanctions. Now that weapon is being neutralized. But they have other methods that they use too, economic measures. The G7 countries, the last meeting that they had, they proposed to create a fund, what they say, in order to lend to third world countries, in order to counter China's Belt and Road Initiative. Note their philosophical difference of Chinese money going to the third world and that of the G7 rich countries. What they are saying is that the principal reason that they're given to create this new fund for the third world is not for the third world development, but to counter China. They themselves have said that. And they use all their institutions. We talk about, I talked at the beginning about them undermining international institutions and using them as weapons to promote their own interests and their own position in the international economy and international relations generally. For instance, the IMF and the World Bank, which are supposed to have been organs of the United Nations, are more arms and instruments of US foreign policy towards international economy. So this is how they are hoping to slow down and try to stop the development that has been taking place over the period of time. The major economic development partner of the developing countries, China, is their main target, and the Russians as well. The other is instrument in their hands that is sometimes often overlooked when we have discussions like these, is the question of propaganda. They use the propaganda tool in a very, very effective way. they condition the thinking of their own people, and they use it to demonize countries, personalities, etc., etc. And they have a very simplistic way, particularly in the United States. They talk about good guys and bad guys. This is one of their main big analysis when they're making about people, the good guys and the bad guys. The Israelis are the good guys, the Palestinians are the bad guys. And to do that, they are now being forced in some cases to try to manufacture tremendous amount of lies. For instance, right now, as we speak, in order to try to counter the loss of ground that they are facing with to defend what Israel is doing, they're trying to create another alternative version by speaking about the Palestinian men raping the Israeli women during the attack in October 7th, which to me doesn't seem to be true at all, because the attack was fundamentally on military targets, and they did not know. It has now come out that the Palestinian fighters did not know that there would have been a big concert there. And many of the killing, what is now coming out very clearly, that much of the persons who died on the Israeli side might not have been killed by Hamas's fighters, that it was they called out their Air Force, they called out the helicopter gunship to attack these people. And that is why they found Palestinian fighters among the civilians who died on that day, which suggests that they panicked so much at the beginning of this problem that they decided to kill not only the militants who were in the area, but also to kill the hostages or the people who were there in order to get them. The situation in Gaza has the situation in Gaza has really ripped the mask off of the faces of Western democracy, and exposing the propaganda for what it really is. For a very, very long time, they have been creating narratives and misleading people in many, many ways. And they are also using very cleverly many third world and particularly left-wing people who in the 60s and 70s used to campaign against the conditionalities of the IMF. In fact, there was a woman by the name of Jane Peer who wrote a book called The Death Trap. And if you look at the propaganda now against the Belt and Road Initiative, you will see that all they did is took the type of propaganda that the left used to use in those years because it was so effective. They dusted it off, changed the name, and now accusing China of creating death traps when they lend money to build infrastructure for the various countries and so forth. Let us not forget too that they have the military aspect of them, that they are, the war in Ukraine is very clearly in their attempt to expand to surround Russia, and they're making every attempt to surround China in order, in the final analysis, to use military strength in order to stymie their progress. And even as we spoke just now about the Gaza and about the fighting, the Palestinian people fighting for dignity and against colonialism to free themselves, we see them beginning to prepare now for the future to create a Palestine that will not be very effective. Already they're saying that Hamas must not have anything to do with the Gaza. And they want to impose either Israel, seems to have differences because Israel thinks they want to run the place themselves, or the Americans would like to impose the Palestinian Authority, which has been discredited and seems to be corrupt by the Palestinian people. I believe that we should not fall for the propaganda to say that and to in order, because of the pressure of their propaganda, to say that Hamas is a terrorist organization. I believe the line that we should be taking at this point in time is to say, when this is ended, there should be an internationally supervised elections by the United Nations for the Palestinian people to decide who should govern and who should manage their affairs. Too often we have seen when the West imposed governments on different countries, we see the disaster that these things, what happens with them. We see the situation in Libya, we see the situation in Iraq, we see the situation in different parts of the world, where up to now, many of them cannot come out of the problems with unrepresentatives and governments that are not put there by the people. I think that we cannot go wrong if we root ourselves into the desire of the people. Let the people decide, and not for any outside force to tell them who is ruled out from the very beginning that can govern their situation. So my friends, while we have these things happening, we see that war is becoming more and more important for the West in order for them to hold on to their position. It seems to me clearly from a theoretical point of view that this tells us very clearly that capitalism, imperialism as a system has outlived its usefulness. It is rotting, but it is still in place and still has a lot of forces at its disposal. It has become the greatest threat to civilization. I spoke a little earlier about the whole question about the environmental situation, global warming, and so on. But climate change and what have you, all of these people are knowing the harm that it's doing, but they are not prepared to allow it to affect their bottom line, so to speak. Unfortunately, we have no capable force to remove this system that oppresses the world at this point in time. Particularly since the collapse of the Soviet Union, the left is extremely weak and very, very divided. It is almost scattered. It has found itself distracted from the main issues of the day, from the issues of war and peace, of the class struggle within countries and internationally. They have practically no proper program coming out to capture the imagination of the working class. There's no theoretical discussion going on to assess the changes that have taken place by science and technology into the working class, and how can we see the role of this new working class and the new conditions of work that technology is creating, how this can be used to bring about positive changes where the majority of the wealth that people create can go to the development of our world and our individual societies. In fact, they are all caught up in all kind of LGBTQ and Z and other matters. I'm not saying that those are not important. It might be important for some people, but to me, it's not the fundamental thing. The fundamental thing are being brushed aside. And that brings me to the question of the need for us to maybe find ways and means to have more discussion on these matters and how we can deal with the whole question of reinvigorating international solidarity. Unfortunately, the solidarity that we experienced in the past internationally, while we do have it right now with very impressive support for the Palestinian people, for every cause, every important cause, we do not have this same type of action. And in my view, many countries in the world that should be condemned for what they're doing, we sometimes stay silent for various other reasons, and we do not have a principled position on some of these issues. For instance, when we see what is happening in Myanmar, 800,000 people expelled from that country, have to leave their homes, but the kind of solidarity that they should be getting. This is it. When you look at it, this is the same amount of people that have been expelled from Palestine in 1948. But yet, generally, the world has been pretty silent on some of the atrocities that are committed there. And I believe that there should be some level of principle where we stand on, and not necessarily for only short-term benefits. So I look forward to sometime in the future when we can probably have more discussions on how we can have greater international solidarity and come back to the consciousness that a victory in any country that has the same intention of national liberation, sovereignty, working class development, improving working class condition, and going over to a different kind of system of development is a victory for all. And therefore, whenever there is struggle, that we should try our best to see how we can give solidarity to them. Those are some of the ideas I wanted to throw out, because we have not had many forums of this nature where we can discuss some of these views. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ramotar. Very kind and very interesting and informative reflections. We will offer the floor to participants who are on the Meet platform on Google. If you are ready for any questions. If nothing from this side, we will open the floor to the Zoom participants from the other side. Dennis, do we have anyone over there? Okay. Let's see if we have anyone here on the Zoom platform who would like to ask any questions or have submitted them in writing. Let me see.
You know, it might not be a bad thing, because it means that everybody understands everything. It was clear, or they didn't understand anything.
Thank you, Mr. Ramotar. We have a question here from El Salvador. Dennis, can we go ahead with it? Yes. Salvador Molina, go ahead. You have a question? I believe it is very important to be able to take advantage of this kind of events, because there is an intercultural element which I am just beginning to understand from the Schiller Institute on the various appreciations and interpretations on the world system level. We cannot remain quiet. If there were an opportunity, I would also invite other colleagues and friends on the platforms to break the virtual silence and come forth with the positions from people with other languages from other parts of the world, because I will base myself on a principle that was made by one of the presenters that I've heard since I connected, and that is the globalization of solidarity. if I understand this, if I understood correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, that is a concept that was born with Fidel Castro. He said that we needed to globalize solidarity in the world. Why? Because values, there is a discussion of whether values are lost or maintained. It will be up to us within that relativity whether the values that the previous presenter was referring to just recently, will we continue to reproduce them as a community, or are we to regard ourselves merely as consumers of a system which has cornered us into the mere consumption of the enormous industrialization of production? That's why in the morning, when we spoke of capitalism, the money as merchandise, because the more merchandise circulates, the more money there is, but the more money there is, more goods are consumed, and that leads to more money, and this cycle has not been broken. This is the idea that I gather from the recent presenter. So if solidarity as a maximum good, is the highest good was, and blood was spilled over previous decades to build this, why do we not make use of this entire history of power in the 20th century, which cost at a high cost in blood, to be able to intervene in these areas where we have present, may it be it in the churches for those of us who are believers, or scientific institutions, which are not the same as the institutions of domination, which do exist in all of the communities in which we exist, because it is not plausible that there's only one way of thinking. So I think that the presenter has left us with a very important reflection, which is the globalization of solidarity in humanity needs to be promoted. I think rather than a question, it's more of a commentary, but I wanted to make use of this opportunity to share and comment on this excellent presentation. And I apologize if I have abused of my time. Thank you very much, Salvador, for your very informative words. Mr. Ramotara, is there anything you would like to say in response to Salvador?
No, I agree with him. Fidel Castro indeed was one of the greatest internationalists that we've had in the last century, and who has demonstrated in practical terms the importance of international solidarity. But international solidarity did not actually begin with Fidel. It actually is one of the features of workers' movement from the time that they began to organize, not only even as trade unionists, but even after that, when they started to organize themselves into political parties. You remember the famous slogan in the Communist Manifesto, "Workers of the world, unite." You have a world to win. You only have your chains to break. So I think but from the very foundation of progressive movements and fighting for social changes in the world, solidarity was seen as a very, very important and integral part of the struggle. And we've had some great internationalists, but I must admit that over the last 20 or so years, I have detected a kind of a slowing down and a more type of compartmentalization that has taken place. This struggle in the Gaza has, in my mind, revived this to some extent, and I want to say that we should do the best we can to continue this and to spread it into other issues that affect the world as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramotar. Dennis, so we'll leave it to you. Yes, we have a question on our side from Dennis Speed, who is also a member of the Schiller Institute. So if Dennis would like to go ahead with your question.
Dennis has gone out. He's blank on the screen.
He is, we don't have him on the screen. I'm not sure if he was listed as a panelist or let's see what's happening. If you are available,
Yeah, I certainly agree with a lot of what you said. I mean, as I've said, I think that this is an aspect of our work that has fallen away since the 1990s, beginning of the 1990s, when I believe there was a lot of despondency and so forth that affected our movement and caused the movement itself, the broad left movement, to be going in all kinds of different directions. And as I mentioned, that some of the things that we see that they seems to have been many sections of the left seems to have been easily diverted into issues that which I have said that I don't say that they are not important, but to me that they're not the core questions that we should be looking at. And I mentioned some of them just now, that the whole issue of how do we assess the working classes. This is not no longer the working class in a Ford factory where had thousands of people working together. People are working from home. People are working in different kinds of environment. The whole process of proletarianization as a whole is gone in a different direction. In my view, I mean, I might be wrong, but I mean, for instance, let's take for developed countries in the US and other Western highly developed countries. We used to say that the workers were coming with the destruction of the peasantry. But that, to my mind, is not where the working class of today is coming from anymore. That it creates, that I believe that the intelligentsia is gradually being broken down, and the proletarialization is coming mainly from that class, because the working class is not the same uneducated man who could only turn a spanner and put on a screw and a nut. Now he is working a lot more with his brains. The difficulty that we have, in my mind, is that this group of workers don't see themselves as workers on the one hand, and so they are in fact workers, but their mentality has not transformed. Their mentality lacks their position in the social production relations. And that is one of the problems we have that I think needs to be discussed and see how we can overcome some of these difficulties. The possibility that it offers us. And many times in the past, we used to say this political party represents the working class and so forth, largely because the working class was not able to articulate many of their own positions. But the working class of today, at least many of them at the cutting edge of production and some technology, are highly educated people. Therefore, what kind of possibility that offers us to bring about more rapid change within some of the system that we are in today. So I agree with you. Some of these questions of you're right, the cultural offensive. I talk about the propaganda thing, the control that they have, and all of these things I believe can form separate discussions for us to try to clarify our positions and to see if it can help us to move forward in a better way. All right.
Thank you very much, both for the question and the answer. We have one more question here on the Zoom platform, and I believe there is another one on the Google Meet. In this case, we have Maribel Caicedo, who is on Zoom. I have just cleared the room for Maribel to participate. Can you hear me? Yes. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity for this dialogue, which allows us to become more attentive to the realities that we are going through. My question is rather more like a challenge to what the brother speaks about global solidarity. How can we reach global universal solidarity if we don't have local solidarity? What am I getting at? In countries where we have had Afro-descendants have been marginalized, why hasn't the left had solidarity with indigenous populations that have been expelled from their territories and going into our regions? What are we going to need as an event like Palestine to have global solidarity? We need that to be motivated by capital, because this global solidarity was generated by a war that started by capitalism. It is a kind of shaking off. Before reaching solidarity at the global level, we need to have local solidarity. What is happening with the left-wing governments? What is happening in Latin America? In Latin America with Haiti? Will we only respond to the shocks that are created by capitalism? That is what I would wanted to bring up.
I think it goes without saying that you're correct. I mean, there is no, I think there's a direct link between internal solidarity and international solidarity. And I'm convinced that you're right. You're completely right. That if you're not able to forge solidarity at home, then our work in creating international solidarity will become even more difficult. So that is why maybe a broader term is to use is solidarity in general. I mean, if workers are struggling, or if not only workers, but people are struggling for something that is just, that we believe is just, and something that we should support, that locally, in the first instance, we should try to mobilize support for that. But that, a lot of that goes with what is the situation with some of the left movement within countries. Some of it is very divided, and therefore, if there's any way that either they could be helped, or some leaders emerging from among themselves to create a possibility for discussion, so that they can create within their countries greater solidarity with each other, and that will strengthen the work of giving international solidarity. So for instance, we really need international solidarity, not only because of the atrocities that are taking place in Gaza. That is, of course, very essential and important, but about war peace. We are in the most dangerous time in this world today, where a possibility of a nuclear war can break out. And this doesn't only concern workers, but as I said, we all talk about it a lot. We even mentioned it this morning about the military-industrial complex. They continue to try to see how much profit they can make from it. But there are other forces that could be reasonable, that don't benefit from some of these things, that are not necessarily within our ranks, within the more lower sections of the society, but higher section of the society, where we can create alliances. And that's another area that we should be thinking about how do we create alliances in order to help solidarity and alliance, in order to try to deal with many of the problems that we're confronted with today. Thank you.
Very well, Bolivar, go ahead. Very well, thank you, Dennis, Mr. Ramotar. We have two comrades who have raised their hands, so we would like to recognize Nora Vanegas and Sant Pedro Molina. Go ahead. Yes, Good afternoon. A very interesting topic related to the issues that we covered in the morning. I believe that working towards global solidarity, international, world, whatever you want it in terms of extension, we need to have historic memory and let's begin with the historical background. I remember the Rio de Janeiro forum. It was one of the first fora which articulated the collective perspective on a regional level. I think that these mechanisms have been forgotten. No further fora of that nature were called, where in fact their own agreements and protocols were signed. Let us not expect that international organizations are the only ones to run these networks, but we can implement them in various ways. One of the important formats is this one, which I was pointing out this morning in terms of building a new architecture, which implies having different ways of expressing and build ourselves and building consensus. And it doesn't matter if we do this from home or physically physically remotely. That's what these platforms exist for. So that's why I would encourage us to continue working on these types of mechanisms and expand them in the future, which will require further organizing work and contact among the various institutions and localities, countries, whatever the work required. For instance, this type of format needs to be sustained aside from obviously any physical presence that we can have in the street, but not just in the street for in terms of reflections and context, but another way of breaking this isolation is this idea that we only talk to each other. We are able to break this with through collective reflection. So I propose that this format be maintained with greater work, greater coordination, in order to further integrate, to further attract more individuals and organizations, to build the organic collective nature, to be able to break capitalism, which has many resources, and as well as institutions which formalize their calls and participation. So we in civil society can articulate this in other ways, as past leaders have done in the past, and as other countries have done, where valuable experiences can be learned. Thank you. Thank you, Marita. Well, now Salvador Molina will be recognized. Salvador, we are running out of time, so I would encourage you to keep your question as concise as possible so we can make room for the following speaker. Yes, Salvador. Well, just prior to Norita's intervention, I was wanting to intervene, and it's precisely to follow the thread, the analytical thread. It is not that we should abandon the idea of creating parties in society, but I think that by and by the more valid idea is a Trotskyist concept. I think that organizing, Nora, as you say, and in other venues, this has been discussed as well. We have always reached the conclusion that the organization of the people, the organization of society, is of the utmost importance. We have recently celebrated the Day of the Social Worker. And I say this because there has been a great reference to the social work required, the sacrifice required to transform. This is why men like Lenin were great in terms of world transformation, because they worked in terms of their own efforts to transform the world. So I think that the thesis, the Trotskyist thesis, becomes more current. The idea of having a world headquarters, then that all the peoples of the world can organize around this, because this way we can reach all social layers from top to bottom, as long as they share these ideas, and will moving away from the parties that have been discredited. Not so much to abandon them as they existed in the 20th century, but to take up the thesis which may give a better sense to the work that can be done today for these types of reflections. I will leave it at that, and thank you very much for the opportunity. I remain attentive. Yes, do you have a question on your side, Dennis? Yes, thank you, Salvador. This is the final question by Howard Giske in the United States. We will give him the opportunity to make this question. I would ask President Ramotar, as part of his answer to this question, you would also include any final words to wrap up this the discussion in this period. So Howard Giske, please go ahead.
I don't think I really have much of a question. I'm a little bit confused by some of the Marxist terminology, and I don't know. Maybe you can clarify that. Maybe more from a United States standpoint. That's all I could say.
Okay. All right. I don't know exactly what terminology you wanted clarifying. Generally, I don't know if the term that the only term that I possibly used that I thought that maybe might have created some difficulty is the proletarianization of the process of proletarianization, because we always have to have workers in this field. But what the point I'm making is that in the past, when the job that people had to do was much more simple, on the conveyor belt and so on and so forth, you did not need, or the capitalists did not need high education for people to do this type of job. And that is why the proletarianization of the workers, the people becoming workers, came from the excess among the farmers. But in recent times, I mean, from the 1970s, I will say to now, when since then they started to talk about the scientific and technological revolution, and technology has been moving at a tremendous pace, and it calls for a more highly educated type of people, and therefore the new working class, it's coming from a more educated group. That is my view. I mean, I'm not saying that this is true, but when I try to examine it, and I think it offers us a lot of challenges, but it offers us a lot more possibility, because you have a worker that is probably more suited in order to be able to manage the affairs of the state and things of that nature. So that is the only, I don't know if I've gotten across to you, but I think that's the only terminology that I use that might have created some type of issue. As far as solidarity is concerned, I think it's pretty straightforward that wherever we think that injustices are taking place, wherever we think that super exploitation is taking place, where people are being super exploited and living in poverty, fight against poverty, and all of these things, that we should see it not only inside. I mean, inside, someone made the point that we have to do it first internally, and I don't disagree with that. But I think simultaneously, we must also see what is happening outside of our borders as part of our own struggle. It might not be in our own country, but it is linked to many of the struggles that we ourselves have to do. So that is what I would like to say, and I'll probably use that as my concluding remark, just to congratulate the organizers of this conference. I think this is something that we needed for a long time, and the quality that I heard this morning and the first session and so forth was an extremely high quality, and we need to continue with this. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, President Ramotar, for your ideas, presentation, the ensuing discussion and conversation that has developed. I think it is worthwhile stressing what we said at the beginning of this process of discussion and deliberation. There are individuals and organizations of many different leanings and different points of view, different ideologies. At this time, we are before a crisis of such a scale that it requires that while we work out these differences and we still continue to work together and join forces against the great danger humanity faces of thermonuclear confrontation, economic collapse, and so forth. So keeping this in mind, I will yield again to our friend Bolivar for introduction to the fifth and final panel of our conference. Well, indeed, Dennis, Mr. Ramotar, and other participants for your questions and commentaries. And indeed, the last, fifth and final presentation involves the Chinese Silk Road and the Netanyahu version of the Silk Road that was presented at the UN on September 23rd. This will be made by Ismael Cañas from the Central American and Caribbean Critical Thought Center. Prior to his presentation, we will be enjoying a sample of the musical arts. It is going to be broadcast. We'll spend a minute and a half, or maybe two, on this musical presentation, after which we will be listening to our comrade Ismael Caña. Go ahead. Very well. Thank you, Blanca, for this tune, Give Peace a Chance. We will now recognize our friend and comrade, Ismael Cañas from Critical Thought on the topic of the Chinese Silk Road and Benjamin Netanyahu's Silk Road. Go ahead, Ismael. We cannot hear you. The microphone icon below. We can hear you now. Thank you. Yeah, an issue here with the microphone. Well, first of all, thank you very much for this invitation today to make this presentation in this very important gathering for peace at a time in which the world is in a war situation, and as a preamble to a situation in which empire is its hegemony is slipping away, and indeed new factors arise with great force. Countries which are assuming historical responsibilities and which are indeed a response to the entire process that began to occur with the fall of the socialist bloc and Soviet Union. And it is important to consider whether imperialism, the American sector, I believe that with the dissolution of the Soviet Union and the socialist camp, socialism was expected to cease to exist and capitalism would become totally hegemonic, and was indeed true for a while. Nonetheless, after all that time, we have found that a process has begun in which Russia, China have a very important role in the new world order that is being created. One of the elements that needs to be taken into account is, in fact, indeed, the new Silk Road, which is known as well as the Belt and Road Initiative, a proposal by the Chinese Popular Republic with the view to establish a new world economic order. And counterposed, in fact, to the world order that has been built over the period since the Second World War. And following the fall of the socialist area, the Silk Road is a trade route that could be said to be the greatest transfer of goods in the history of the world. It is a multi-billion proposal to connect 5 continents as proposed by China, employing every means of transportation, both river and land, air. In fact, at the most recent conference, there was talk of a digital pathway or corridor as part of what we are living in. The digital dimension is extremely important. It has a clear goal of positioning itself in a few years at the head of the world economy. It has made significant progress in recent years, and for U.S. imperialism and its allies, it constitutes a significant threat. The Asian giant has called its project the New Silk Road, or Belt and Road. This is one of the elements that we need to clarify, and on this basis, the proposals they make are that the magnitude of this huge trade structure that is never before seen in the world involves 139 countries, 30 European, 27 Asian countries, 54 African countries. Note closely the very important participation of Africa. In the beginning, there were 13 Latin American countries involved. At this point, there are 19 countries in Latin America which are interested in this project. And most especially because Latin America is among the last remaining areas that has established relations with the PRC, particularly Central America. I think that there are 3, maybe 4 countries in Latin America that still have relations with Taiwan. I think one of them is Belize. The other is Guatemala, Paraguay also. The rest of Latin American countries have opened trade relations with the Popular Republic of China. This has become, for the United States, a threat because U.S. policies were always predominant in Latin America. They were imposed through the mechanisms used by U.S. American imperialism to impose the Monroe Doctrine, which stated very clearly that America was for the Americans, and that by this they meant for the United States. America is not the whole of America, but for the United States. This project goes back to over 2,000 years ago. The first year of our era, China opened up a route which connected the empire to various cultures of the time. And in fact, it ran through India, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, reaching as far as Europe. This route had a very important role for a very long time in the trade exchange between East and West. That route was interrupted as of the sack of Constantinople, when the Ottoman Empire took Constantinople and lopped off this route, which led to a search of new routes to the east. So that route, which at one point was of great importance for trade between East and West, is being taken up again by the People's Republic of China. However, the greatest flow of this exchange from 2,000 years ago occurred with the Roman Empire, which and the main products were silk, in fact, as one of the most important products that were traded along this route. China sped up its the setting up of new routes in this new proposal for a new Silk Road, and they are stating that this is not an exclusive club. The goal is to promote sustainable development in the conviction that China is more open and will better integrate internationally and will contribute greater progress and prosperity both to China and the world. So there is a mutual benefit relationship. We understand that this type of relationship is counterposed to the relationship that has been prevalent for many years, in fact, centuries, with the imperial powers, going back to when England was an empire proper. There were also the Portuguese and Spanish economic powers, and a good section of Europe and China, in fact, and presently, in fact, there are still countries that deal in this kind of policy of imposition of and against which many countries have begun to resist. In Latin America, we understand a process has begun in which progressive and revolutionary forces have been on the rise. There have been times in which there have been steps back, but processes still continue against this imperial domination. So we need to keep in mind that China is taking a different stand from this attitude by the imperial powers. The project is very ambitious. It proposes to, or it would be, it is it will be using 55%. It will be controlling 55% of energy resources and would involve over 70% of the world population. That is, these are some of the goals and characteristics of the Belt and Road Initiative. I believe it is interesting to review and consider these figures in the knowledge that the world presently has areas in which poverty and underdevelopment, what is known as backwardness, economic underdevelopment, is prevalent. And one of the things that China keeps in mind is to try to adapt to conditions of each region, not only as a benefit to China, but to the countries which will be participating, so that they too will become partners, not merely
because it's hard to
a kind of exploitation process. There seems to be some interference, or is there a question? I hear some voice. No, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Please. Any participants, if you will, please mute your microphone so that you do not interrupt the presenter, please. I thought perhaps they were trying to, well, the idea is to try to develop the topic and we can have the discussion afterwards. So this is very interesting, I believe, because the project involves two main routes. One is a land bridge between Asia and Europe, which 2,000 years ago, in fact, was the route that had been established. Let us recall that 2,000 years ago, the means of transportation for trade were particularly, the main ones were by land and by sea. Yet we know that in the relationship with Asia and Europe, were across states, or well, by means which today are far more advanced. And we also have technological means such as telecommunications and the internet, which plays a key role in these exchange processes. Now, that corridor or route, which went through Europe across the Balkans, presupposes the use of rail lines connecting Asia and Europe. There is a process which is occurring primarily in the relationship between China and Russia as a result of this whole situation in the Ukraine, in which Russia and China have set out to establish routes to facilitate this exchange. But at the same time, other countries which were formerly members of the Soviet Union and are participating today also in the building of this route, which one important goal of this is that is to expand the connectivity among these countries and to create a trade and economics area. So it is not just the route itself, but alongside the route, areas will be set out for the development of productive activities, and which will, so this route will not simply be a transit, a means of transit for goods and products or raw materials, because we should recall that one of the issues also that comes into play is managing raw materials, particularly in the case of Russia, which has taken up as a primary task the market for Russian resources, which was previously directed at Europe, is now being redirected to the needs not only of China, but as well other countries with a need for energy resources such as oil and gas for their economic activity. So this is one part of that proposal. The other route is a maritime route to reach out to the Middle East and Latin America, extending through the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, which would involve building oil pipelines in over about 200 power centers, 2003 projects involving railways and roads. In the case of Latin America, some of the proposals that are under development are very interesting. The Silk Route, as the Chinese president, Xi Jinping, explains, it is a call by China with a view of establishing better trade relationships based on good trade relations, and it seems unlikely that China, with a communist system where there is a communist party that that runs the state, and there is a socialist market economy, and one of the fundamental components of this economy is indeed the freedom of the market. And in the face of this situation, we find the paradox that the United States, which supposedly is the flagship of the free market, has undertaken a number of actions against China to prevent these practices, which are supposed to be a characteristic of the free market, are impeded through sanctions against China. We will see in a moment a number of actions taken by the United States, in fact, to harm China and prevent that economic development capability from continuing to grow. One of the main threats they say that by 2030, China may become the first economic power of the world. Indeed, there are certain areas in which China is the main trade partner of many countries in Latin America, and especially in Africa, Asia, certain parts of Europe. And this is a problem for the United States. One of the issues that that China has begun with is that they have invested $60 billion in ports and other projects towards realization of this project. The total amount will eventually reach $1.7 trillion for the creation of this whole infrastructure and networks by the year 2030. This is one of the goals that has been set. I will, towards the end, I will review the proposals coming out of the latest summit of the Silk Road, which occurred recently. For the United States, the Silk Route is, in fact, a economic threat, but it must be said that within all of the processes that the United States pushes, there's a campaign to discredit this effort. These campaigns go from saying that China is trying to take over countries that have incurred debt with China and to steal their sovereignty. So they rely on arguments such as saying that recently at the recent summit that took place in the United States in San Francisco, the American president, in a rude, offensive gesture, referred to the Chinese president as a dictator, which he had said earlier, but since you know that the media is always asking that kind of thing, it occurred to him to say that, and Antony Blinken was forced to put the fire out and more or less apologize for these statements. These are some of the arguments that are in circulating internationally. I was looking at videos and documentation and found the analysis of the Belt and Road Initiative. And one of the things it was saying is that one of the things China does is it establishes relations with countries where there are dictatorships. We know what the concept of dictatorship that the United States holds, that the only type of democracy they recognize is Western democracy, and most especially their own democracy, which is their own, according to them, it is really a plutocracy where money is the ruling principle, but that can be treated on another occasion. But the United States says that China wants to become a world colonial power. And they say that they want to establish military bases in different parts of the world. And we should remember that it is precisely the United States who has military bases all around the world. These numbers oscillated from 1,000 to over 1,000, not counting a number of secret bases, as they say in my country, that the thief sees everyone else as a thief, and the United States then projects onto others their own behavior. it is a challenge to the United States, and they say that the only country that has the economic and diplomatic, military and technological capacity to challenge the entire international order so far, the order that has existed so far, which is the order of chaos, which the United States has established worldwide. This order, according to them, is the only one they recognize. And they say that the only one capable of challenging that is China. Clearly, they say that China goes against the values and relations that have ruled the world, and that one of the issues they want to avoid is for this process to continue, that China continue rising, and especially on this issue of the Silk Route, which brings great danger to the United States. In fact, they have forced their own allies to change their policies. For instance, Italy has recently announced that they are withdrawing from the new Silk Route, and that is this argument has been made to other allies, but Europeans, of course, do not see this as it's not so simple, because as a result of the Ukraine crisis and the interruption of gas supplies to Europe has generated a very complicated situation in the European continent. The primary engine of the European economy, which is Germany, is shrinking. And one of the main arguments going into that situation is indeed the supply of energy that was being provided by Russia, which, quite apart from our understanding that the capitalist system is in crisis, still one of the elements that precipitated this situation, not just in Germany, but also other parts of Europe, such as the European Union, where inflation has reached a critical level, the highest inflation rate, they say, in the last 30 years. Let us recall that inflation leads to a loss of purchasing power by the population, particularly working class populations. And in addition to inflation, there is also a loss of employment due to the closure of companies because of energy shortages. It is very important to understand that the United States identifies China, and of course, behind China, you have Russia, which is how they see the world scenario. But in the case of China, on the economic side, that is fundamental. Russia, of course, is an economic power which has recovered after the fall of the Soviet Union. The United States and allies thought that they could balkanize Russia, and yet under Vladimir Putin's leadership, Russia recovered and became a country with weight, that with influence, not just in Europe, but around the world. Presently, with the Ukraine conflict, it is interesting to see how, in the midst of all of this, one of the conditions that the United States, one of the complaints the United States had against Russia due to the special military operation in Ukraine against the neo-Nazis in Ukraine, which is a war not against Ukraine, but it is a war against the power of NATO, supported indeed by the United States, seeking to weaken Russia both economically and militarily. Nonetheless, they have realized that Russia has dealt with every situation that it has come across, such as the measures taken by Europe against Russia, which were very extensive economically. The national product shrank, but now Russia is speaking of recovering growth rates of 2% or so after a severe drop. And in fact, the ruble, which is the Russian currency, has recovered, particularly due to measures undertaken by President Putin with regard to forcing countries holding trade relations with Russia, particularly in the gas market, to pay in rubles and no longer using the dollar. And this now is a world process which we see in Asia and also Latin America. We are moving away from the dollar for trade, no longer using the dollar as a unit of trade. In fact, for instance, Russia, if Russia, China, and India, they are using their own currencies in as units of account for trade. In Latin America also, there have been similar arrangements. China and Argentina were reaching an agreement on the use of the respective currencies, but now with the new president who won elections in Argentina, he is against any kind of relation with China, and he says that his allies are the United States and Israel. This is what he has said, a very Zionist fellow, very openly. He has said that he will be cutting off not only China trade-wise, but also Brazil. Well, this is the narrative, what the words, but another quite different thing is reality, because there are clearly economic interests that cannot be dropped just like that behind the economic relationship with China and Latin America. There is a ruling elite that benefits from these arrangements, not just small businesses, but strong corporate groups which are sharing this fundamental aspect. But for China, no other allied countries see this as a threat. Many countries who aspire to be on the Silk Route see that China's treatment towards them is completely different than how Europeans have treated them. and the United States towards the rest of the world. And there was a recent summit of Mercosur, South American free market association. One of the points that is taken up every time these summits come up is the topic that comes up is the free trade agreement with Europe, which has been under discussion for over 20 years. I believe 30 years. And one of the aspects of all of this is that Europeans always want to come up, have the upper hand, just as all other capitalist powers always seek to establish asymmetric, uneven free trade agreements, which makes weaker and more the poorest countries are harmed. For instance, the entire proposal of China towards Africa, and we will see this in a few minutes, is completely different than what the relationship has been between Europe and Africa. Let us recall that all of this, the accumulation of capital in Europe, has been based on looting, of regions which were conquered and dominated by these powers, including slave labor. They brag of a civilization that was built on the blood and tears and sweat of the peoples who were colonized. I'm sorry, Ismail. We have a time limit at the venue where we are holding this, so we need to leave enough room, enough time for discussion. Oh, I had not understood very well. I heard that it was until 5, but I wasn't told. Well, we have about 40 minutes for the presentation itself, and we need to leave about some 20 minutes for the questions and answers. Well, in that case, I will just move. How long, how many minutes do I have remaining? Hello? Well, I will speed things up in order to finish. So one of the most important things, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Do I have 10 minutes? 10 minutes, that's fine. Okay. Well, let me try and wrap this up. And I apologize because I was not counting right. So the proposal that China brings, the counter proposal, to the imperial forces and their allies. One is the one that Mr. Netanyahu recently suggested on September 22nd, when he was talking of the need at the United Nations that the proposal was to create a route, which route would be supposedly a route going through occupied Palestinian territories. Because we cannot call that Israel, the Palestinian area occupied by Israel, but as an alternative for China. This is a proposal that enjoys support from the United States that sees it as an alternative, and it has an ally, which it may seem unlikely, but India, which is in the BRICS. BRICS and India have always had a very peculiar relationship. They have not been so much enemies, but adversaries, in fact, in the region due to the prevalence of a very nationalist party that has taken a confrontational stance towards China. One of the main allies that is looking to build an alternative is India itself. That route would involve United Arab Emirates, from India to UAE, Saudi Arabia, Israel. They were saying that this would be the occupied zone, occupied by Israel, going all the way to Greece. And this would, for these people, would be a route which would reduce the time for transporting goods from the Indian southwest towards Europe. But that's not all. The United States also speaks of a need to create alternative routes in Africa to try and preempt the Chinese proposals for Africa. Because one of the things that China and Russia are undertaking at this time is to empower Africa as an industrial economy. It is felt that in the next 30 years, Africa could become a economic powerhouse, and that a very similar economic center to what Asia is for the world today, and that this is in fact one of the reasons. What the United States is trying to do is break that up, but the problem is that the United States only has proposals, but it is gaining allies. Yet there's another problem, is that this route proposed by Netanyahu involves carrying out a genocide against the Palestinian people. In fact, they are speaking of a new canal, which is an idea that Israel had earlier, which would be a parallel canal to the Suez Canal. This would be one element of that proposal. So one of the issues that the United States sees here as a counter initiative to the idea of the mega project, which includes, in fact, incorporates a proposal by Russia to use other routes to carry goods from Asia to Europe. One of the issues that needs to be looked at in all of this is to make sure that the Silk Road becomes an economic proposal that strikes at the economic building, the imperial economic architecture. It establishes economic and political relationships which are far different from those that the United States and Europe have been running for a very long time with the governments of countries like Africa, Latin America. So for this reason, for the US and its allies, it is very urgent to destroy this project. In fact, there is a worldwide campaign to try to say that after 10 years, and this project was launched over 10 years ago, and to present the idea that nothing has been achieved, but that is not true. There has been extremely important advances, even with the pandemic and the response to the pandemic. China has reports that as of last October, its proposal has been taken up again, and it is expected that China will proceed apace with the railroad from China to Europe, is a proposal that is being worked on, as well as creating economic zones with the participation of the BRICS, the creation of the Chinese Development Bank as a financial backbone. But we need to keep in mind that for all of this to work, a new financial architecture also needs to be set up. China will provide what they call the development of a green economy as part of all of this, not just the development of productive projects, but also environmental projects, as well as the usual technological exchange to increase the number of laboratories built in these countries. China also proposes to improve cultural exchanges among peoples through the BRICS, and also promoting integration as part of these BRICS programs, as well as within the individual areas during which the Silk Route will go through. China will strengthen the cooperation that they propose in energy. Energy development is fundamental. They are looking to growing green energy, as well as combating corruption, development of means of communication, and everything having to do with culture generally. And one of the key agreements is to create a general secretariat of the forum, which was adopted at the last conference. So that would be all. Thank you, Bolivar. Thank you, Ismael. Excellent presentation on the Silk Road, China's Silk Road initiative, in contrast to the Netanyahu's version of the Silk Road that he showed on a map that was presented on September 27th at the United Nations. We will move on to questions by participants. If we have any participant with a question for Ismael on his presentation on the Chinese Silk Road, I think that if you have any questions on this extremely interesting subject, and it has everything to do with Southwest Asia and the London's plans in the Middle East. So if there's nothing from this side, Salvador Molina, we have Salvador. That factor indeed was key, unless I'm mistaken, and if I am, please correct me, to enter the World Trade Organization. on the part of China. And also the report that Salvador Arias gave us of his visit to China at that time is important because it gives a first-hand account of a vision which is closer to the communities as we studied at that time. It is coherent with what Dr. Cañas is presenting, because this is the question that we were making previously, that the modes of organization of communities in terms of development, of course, many criticize that China, they say it's imperialist and so forth and so on, that the dual system that exists, there's that the dynamic of the system, how they have applied economic logic to develop their own country at the expense of sanctions, financial and media information warfare by imperialism to crush and suppress even Amway, so as to not have American or implications. This is not only military, but also a sanction strategy to, for instance, such as what was used to suffocate Cuba, that no one can have trade with them.
They are also considered the leaders of human rights, but in practice is not coherent with their speech, not only economically and militarily. And I think those topics are very profound. I am very familiarized with the doctor and with all that we are gathered here, because in these meetings, I am familiarized and I'm able to make an opinion. And but also there is something very important about taking dollar from the countries, because it has been an intervention culturally and hegemonic for us, because definitely it has devaluated the condition of life of the countries that have been dollarized. It has been working for the economic elites that have used the dollar, but the majority of poor people, we have not have the benefits of what they have promised. So it hasn't been so I want to thank the doctor for his speech and I don't want to send greetings, because I have been able to stabilize the connectivity. Thank you very much. Yes, Salvador, thank you very much. We will give Ismael. We are going to allow a person who is in Zoom to ask a question. We are going to ask somebody who is in Zoom to ask the question. Go ahead, Dennis. If you want to, he can respond. You can ask the other question and then Ismael can do the answer. Personally, I have a question that I want to make to him. Nora, go ahead, Nora. Thank you. Ismael, I believe it's important to consider other criteria regarding the Silk Road, that is the factibility and the sustainability. And I said in terms to communicate what is really that strategy for that new model of China and the new model of integration. I say because publicity, of course, is making us to have doubts. There is a war from the media, and because the wars are not only military, but also through the media, because they want to manipulate our ideas. And I believe the new architecture has to go through the reconfiguration of the political systems of each country. Right now, it's not possible to have candidates because they are lying to us or they are making fun of us. They are making fun of the voters, and so it has, because the people have believed in the media. And I'm talking about the situation in Argentina, where they believed in the candidate that is possible to withdraw from BRICS and to break relations with China. And the population cannot believe that, because all relations, there is an integration, especially on economic basis, because it has obligations. And now the candidate himself, 3 days later, he was reacting and backing down in terms of the promises that he had made, because it's not possible. Because once he has integrated commercially, or that if he made a promise for some services, there are obligations. The same Trump, how can he break relations with China if China has bought the foreign debt, and we don't know for how many years, and for how many years they have that? And of course, there is no information around that, but those are not changes that can be done automatically. Before that, I say the system, how we can change our political system is putting pressure that to every candidate that offers a proposal with that profundity or with that manipulation. He would have to meet with parliaments to be able to make their project to function. And this citizenship believe in every lies of a clown, that is because he's making us laugh because we didn't understand them. And in that sense, the new architecture should based on reforming or create a new structure of what are the political systems, because many lies, people believed many lies from the right wing and from the voters. So that's my comment. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nora. Ismael, Professor Ismael Cañas. Yes. First, I would like to thank Salvador and to greet him as well. Actually, in some of the things that have been developed to inform the population, besides this strategy of the development of the Silk Road, that also implies the aspect that has to do with communications, to bring information, real information of what is being done. There is a lot of speculation from the media, the major media, which they want to damage that proposal. There is a question that is very important. The investment that China has made in this first phase, we should imply, first of all, an economic factibility. And I think one of the things that China has demonstrated is its capacity to change in the level of the business, the development of economic proposals that are the results. is not in vain that Huawei and other Chinese businesses are precisely the main of the first ones worldwide, the main worldwide businesses, and they are great businesses that have the control over the market and and they are investing in many projects in many nations, and China has always been presenting this, and they are also talking about the social aspect. Now, another important aspect that we have to take into account, contrary to what is happening with the United States in Europe, China has a policy of no intervention in the reality and the situation of the countries. They respect the nations. It's something that United States does whatever it wants. As a government organizes coup d'etat and murders presidents or has attempts, some of the questions that they start with is the respect of the sovereignty and the autodetermination of the countries. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you, Ismael. So we don't have another question from our part. Now I will pass the word to Dennis. Yes, thank you. Yes, I have another question, but I want to ask a question myself. Thank you very much, Ismael, for your presentation. What you said about the Silk Road, this is a topic that for us in the Schiller Institute is absolutely central. And I brought from my library a study, a report we published a few years ago. Is called The New Silk Road Becomes the World Land Bridge, a Shared Future for Humanity. This is a report, this was published in China. The Chinese decided to publish that as well. So we have also studied this a lot, and I'm very interested in what you presented. I don't know if I heard you well, but there were a couple of ideas that you were going to present about the fundamental question of the Silk Road and the Americas. In other words, the situation in Iberoamerica. Some people, when they see the maps of the Chinese, is a whole continent, how there is no connection, land connection, but the Chinese are very clear with the maritime Silk Road they have defined, but also they have tried to develop several projects in South America and Central America, Mexico, etc., that I want to mention, and I would like to see what you think about them, because I think first is the proposal from China to build a railroad, a bioceanic railroad from the Atlantic to the Pacific, or the Pacific from Santos in the Sao Paulo port in Brazil. They have 3 different routes. They have been studied during centuries. One that it goes more to the north, that will go through the Amazonas, through Peru and Pucallpa, and it will go to the coast of Peru. And then there is another central route that goes through Bolivia, and it goes through Argentina and Chile, etc. It's a regional infrastructure to link the southern part of Peru. This idea of the bioceanic railroad is one of the main projects, one of the biggest projects to build. Number 2, related to that, is the possibility of a railroad, Central American railroad. The Chinese went to Panama with the last government. They were starting to build a fast railroad, fast train in Panama. It was going to be the first fast train in the continent. In the United States, we don't have even 1 mile of fast trains, zero. We don't have anything. And the Chinese have 35,000 kilometers of fast trains. So the Chinese said to link that with the countries that are working with China and recognize China. And I think that's what you mentioned, I think is very important, because there are many more countries that recognize China, and they are putting aside the topic of Taiwan. And that was a problem, a very big problem, until later, until very soon. People talk about in Panama, the Darien block. They can talk about the Taiwan same problem, because, and so there are problems like Haiti, Central America, Guatemala, but the idea of a railroad that will connect the whole region. Third, the Chinese have presented the building of a fast train in Mexico that would go from Mexico City to Querétaro. In fact, it was approved until the government of the Mexican President Peña Nieto was forced, and they broke his legs, and then he backed down with the pressure from Washington and London, and I have proof. I have direct information of that. And then there are the ideas of projects of ports, industrial ports, that would help the whole regional commerce. And in particular, I would be interested if you have studied, or if you have an idea or suggestions of building a deep port in Dariel. I know, and Mariel, Cuba. I know the Cuban government has had an idea and studies until they were hit again with the sanctions again. So the question is, there are many proposals from the Chinese. How do we do? So this is extended truly into the Americas. Thank you, Dennis. Go ahead, Ismael. About the projects in our Americas, you should know that it's interesting, because I was checking all the developments that have been presented in the Americas and in Africa. Not only this route that has been presented, this land bridge in maritime road that China is presenting, but all the proposals that have been made for Africa. In Africa, how can Africa be part of this project? And there have been many developments. China has been invested in Africa, but in the case of America and Latin America in particular, there are about 3 projects. The project that you just mentioned, the one that connecting Brazil to Peru, going through the whole continent. There is another project that China is promoting in Colombia, which is another train that it will go in parallel to the Panama Canal, because the idea, and the last, which is the most recent one that has been mentioned, is what has been what Honduras is doing from the Fonseca Gulf to the Caribbean. And in the case, there is a proposal, a concrete proposal to strengthen these 2 ports, and precisely with one route, which would be a railroad. So these are part of the projects of a strong infrastructure that has been built. They are being built, as you mentioned, a port in Cuba, but as we know, the Chinese have that, because the problem is that's why it's so important to go ahead with this de-dollarization, because the control of dollar, the dictatorship of dollar affects many aspects of this type, especially the relations between Latin America and China is fundamental, because in one side, there are all the sources of raw materials that are that the Latin American continent is giving to China, and precisely there is a commercial relationship which is more honest, or until certain point is not like the one that United States has during a long time. In that relationship, I was mentioning about the ports where China is investing. I will tell you in a moment. Ensenada, Manzanilla, Lázaro Cárdenas, in Mexico, Veracruz, in Colombia, Balboa, Chancay, Paranagua, and Buenos Aires, Colón. So those are several ports where China is investing. Those are only in our continent, but in the rest of the world, there are many other ports, inclusive. There are ports in Europe itself, in Spain, in Portugal, but in Latin America, those ports, they have a strong Chinese participation for its modernization to help the exchange. All those routes that are being presented are accompanied with special zones, economic zones, to strengthen the relations, not only to have an exchange. So what you were saying, they are projects that will continue advancing slowly because China, after the pandemic, has been recuperating economically. But I think on October 28th, they relaunch the Silk Road, and there is and they are committed to continue building those projects. There are countries that are interested. I know the person who won in Argentina is as what happened in El Salvador. In El Salvador, the relationship with China was established by the previous government, and the new president that came in said that he was going to review those relations, and even he was talking about reestablishing the relations with Taiwan, but then he realized that that was not real, that step was given and he couldn't back down, because the country, the economic sector in the country, was completely in complete agreement to continue relations with China. I don't know if I answered your question. Yes, very good. This takes me to the next question that I have. But all the ports that you mentioned, the Chancay port in Peru really is enormous. The Chinese are saying that that's gonna be the Shanghai of the Americas, because that's a mega port. It has natural conditions, enormous conditions. They are very advanced. Two-thirds are being completed, and it's so advanced that the Southern Command of the United States is so alarmed. And all the vision of the Southern Command is that the Chinese cannot come to South America. It has to be stopped. They want to include the South American countries almost in NATO, which will change its name, against China. Have a war against China also in the Americas. But this port in Chancay is very interesting, and I can send you material and that you would be interested to know. I would be interested if you can send me the document that you showed. Yes, this is in Arabic, Spanish. Do you have it? Is a digital document. Part of that document is in the internet. So let me continue with the next question, because then is from Maru. I don't know how to say her name. She says, how can we counter the financing of the oligarchy in the how to counter the majority of the financial oligarchy of the UN from IMF, World Bank, against the Belt and Road. What is important in all this is that there are questions that the BRICS have done is to strengthen the bank of the BRICS, is to create an alternative financial infrastructure to the one existing actually that is controlled by the World Bank and the IMF, which both are controlled by the US. So the main point of those financial entities are decided by United States. And that's one of the questions. In order to promote projects of this type, it was the creation of a new architecture, financial architecture. And that's why it's important to include 6 new countries to BRICS that strengthen especially this proposal to create a financial architecture that counters precisely the one that it actually exists with the IMF and World Bank and all that infrastructure that has dominated during a long time the world economy. I think it's clear the Bank of the BRICS has an important role. They have a financing role. Iran is Saudi Arabia, Emirates, United Arab Emirates. There is an economic strength that will allow that projects can be financed. And there is a direct relationship of what is the BRICS Bank and what's precisely all this project of the Silk Road. So I believe that's part of the alternative before this question of the financial infrastructure dominated by the empire. I think it was a very important intervention of Lula to nominate Dilma Rousseff as the president of BRICS because she knows what is needed to develop. She was brought down with an operation against the development, and now she is saying that through the BRICS Bank can have an important intervention. Bolivar.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Dennis. Professor, there's a question from one of our participants. It is in parts. I will read you the first part. It's a little bit long because our friend has a lot to ask. The question is, or rather, he is reporting something. Given that the pioneers at the beginning of the century were Lincoln with the railway connection between the two oceans, as well as Chancellor Bismarck with its trains, is something called the American System of Political Economy, developed by economists Friedrich List from Germany and Matthew Carey from the United States. Later on, President McKinley proposed a Pan-American rail system from Canada to Tierra del Fuego. In this regard, do you not believe it might be productive for the future of humanity to propose to the most pro-development sectors in the West to look into these historical precedents for development, to join the Belt and Road Initiative rather than going straight into the BRICS, which might fuel a new Cold War? Do you not believe that even though that there may be political forces that understand the importance of integration, on quite apart from the rivalry, such as, for instance, the excellent work that the LaRouche movement launched in the West, in the sense of integration with Eurasia and the global South for more than 40 years. Then he continues, keeping in mind the following. First, the modern rail development projects were developed by Sun Yat-sen, inspired on the American model. So Chinese economists studied in depth the American system model based on the work of German economist Friedrich List. 3, the LaRouche movement included tied this into the modern Silk Road project. What do you think, Professor Ismail? Well, the problem in all of this is that aside from the best intentions one may have, the aspiration to attain peace and avoid war, confrontations and such, there are economic interests which prevail against the possibility of upholding proposals of peace and harmony. If that could prevail, we wouldn't have all the conflicts presently in the world. This rail proposal, intercontinental rail proposal, is an idea that has existed for a very long time. But in the United States, they realized themselves that it was not worthwhile. That one of the best ways of keeping Latin America and many parts of the Americas subject is that land infrastructure had to be controlled by the interests of the corporations which run the trade. We will come to realize that very few countries in Latin America still use railways, and that is because behind that there are always economic interests that prevail upon. In fact, this proposal by China has clear goals. The goal is not to harm the United States. That is not what China has in mind. What they are hoping to do is to promote economic development on a sustainable basis. In this case, in Latin America. So we will encounter, and there are also interests within each of these countries which oftentimes oppose this. For instance, the Pan American highway in our continent has been blocked precisely because of a decision by the United States. The Darien Pass is part of this strategy to keep peoples apart. So one of the matters that is this would be ideal. For instance, Commander Chavez spoke of a railway from Caracas to Chile or to Argentina. That was a proposal that he was proposing. There were specific proposals. For instance, right now in Venezuela, there's a project which would join all regions of the country through railways. And the goal of that is to reach the borders of Brazil and Colombia. However, much of this involves integration processes in our countries, as well as interests that the oligarchy within each country defend, and the interests of U.S. capital. So it is not just a matter, it's not a question of seeking confrontation with the United States. The problem is that it is the United States itself which holds an aggressive, warlike position to prevent any type of development that threatens their current hegemony. So faced with that, some of these ideas or projects are quite beyond any good intentions. So yes, there are very interesting projects, but they all depend from various factors. But yes, the projects that are developing at this time have key economic goals to improve the living standards of the entire region. Okay, well, thank you, Ismael. Extremely important conference of great relevance, and your words in your presentation and answers obviously are a matter for much further discussion. We know that you have much to offer, and between you and Dennis and us, we would like to have another opportunity to rely on your words. At this point, Ismael, we would like you to draw some final conclusions to wrap it up, and we will then pass it on to Dennis for a closure of this day's deliberations with which have brought about such understanding and knowledge. Thank you, Bolivar, and thanks to the Schiller Institute and also everyone who has participated in supporting this project, which indeed Central American and Caribbean critical thought. As part of this strategy, we are promoting these presentations, and I am very grateful for the time that you have given me to make this. I apologize for the time I took. I was actually would have I had about 30-40 minutes more to go, but I misunderstood, and I remain available for any further discussion, comments. Thank you. Thank you, Ismael. Dennis, take it away. Well, first of all, I want to thank the interpreters, and I want to make note of the fact that we have interpreters now for French and German, and it is midnight. No, yes, midnight there. We have people at this point in France and Germany, aside from, of course, our interpreters here in the United States. But this shows something, and that is that this kind of conversation and exchange of ideas allows us to get to know each other much better. And it is very important to learn about our history, in particular histories, because the altered historical narratives are used to impede necessary, just as France is not Macron, France is also de Gaulle, and our French colleagues can confirm that. They are here present. Germany is not Merkel or Scholz, it is also Adenauer, and it is List. And the United States, and I can say this as an American, is definitely not Biden or Wall Street. The United States is also Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Lincoln, Washington, and Lyndon LaRouche. This is not some romantic notion. It is a concept that shows that each of our countries, although what Ismael has just said, that there are colonial interests linked to financial international forces, which in the case of the United States, in the case of Wall Street at this time, wield political control, but it will not remain so. And they are not the United States. They, in fact, are enemies. They are as enemies to the United States as they are of Nicaragua, Nigeria, and all other countries. And it is up to us as citizens, as political leaders concerned with immediately and urgently with the future of the planet, that we should have exchange these kinds of ideas, that we recognize that this new architecture is required, but a really new architecture for development and security. And through these kinds of dialogues, such as Helga Zepp-LaRouche kicked off this morning, that we are able to continue in these kinds of discussions. I think that most of our gratitude is due to our friends from Critical Thought in Central America and the Caribbean, because they raised the flag of and launched the initiative for this gathering, and hopefully we will continue to do this. And I thank again our friend Bolivar, Telles, and all our friends from Critical Thought. And I yield now the floor to Bolivar for final thoughts in closing. Well, thank you, Dennis. We have another Critical Thought event from the Caribbean and Central America. We want to thank all participants in this December 9th session, and the team that collaborated with the Schiller Institute to coordinate these activities. Fernando Vargas, our co-worker here in Critical Thought, Jose Campos, and Dennis, who has been with us all along in organizing this event on behalf of the Schiller Institute. This day began at 8 in the morning and has run for over 5 hours of conversation and developing ideas and discussing the concepts presented by the panelists and the questioners. There's definitely an important conceptualization of this forum, as Dennis was making. The point is that the point is to develop a new architecture, and that term is important, and that is why we have adopted it here in Critical Thought. Helga's formulated, because it is new. We don't want a reform of what the financial, economic, trade architecture. No, a new architecture based on these 10 points that she has presented. And this way, I frankly and humbly offer to contribute from our home in Central America and the Caribbean, as well as our colleagues from El Salvador who are joining us here, have joined us since this morning. Also a number of ideas and concerns and questions which further fertilize this discussion of a new conceptual structure that is also required to bring to fruition the conceptual framework that presented by Helga, and together with a mobilization of college students, professors, social leaders, and just gradually building this new architecture of international security and development. We are starting again tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning, and we have our partner Ruben Gussetti from Argentina, and the conference will deal with the issue of why South and Central America should join the BRICS Plus. That will be the first topic to be covered tomorrow, Sunday, and our friend Jose Campos and will continue with the role of anti-hegemonic art in the formation of a multipolar world, which is the topic that has also been touched upon today. Then we have Jose Enrique Gonzalez, is a scholar from Mexico, who will be addressing the judicial framework of reform, and then comes a dialogue between Nora and Jaime Jimenez on military dictatorships, fascism, neo-fascism, and then we will go into the realm of art with music and poetry, in which Jose Campo and Jaime Jimenez from El Salvador will be presenting poems that they have produced, because they are poets as well as Diane Serre from Schiller Institute, who is a independent candidate for the Senate for New York, the state of New York, as well as the Schiller Institute chorus, which will be contributing It's art, which we have seen a part of today. After which the conclusions will be presented by Jose and Bolivar, yours truly, and we also invite Dennis, who will be with us tomorrow. For today, we did have the interpretation into multiple languages, while tomorrow we still invite you, if you can join us tomorrow for the Spanish language session. So, dear friends, colleagues, many thanks. It has been such a pleasure to engage in such a productive day, and we look forward to meeting tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning, Nicaragua time. Thank you very much. If there's anything you'd like to add, otherwise, until tomorrow. Goodbye. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.